All right, good morning. It is 9:15. Welcome. Happy New Year. May the year ahead hold all you hope for. And we are going to have Lindsay open this, do a few housekeeping items, do a quick round of introductions, and go into today's meeting, starting with LIDS. It'll be a joint presentation in the middle, and then going over to a CaRM meeting.
Perfect. Thank you, Judy. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the January 8th, 2024 Land Use, Infrastructure, Waste Disposition, and Safety Cleanup and Risk. Oh, just kidding. The second half will be till this afternoon. LIDS committee meeting. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. I would like to remind everyone to assume noble intent, and I appreciate your attendance today, and I look forward to a robust meeting. Judy or Becky?
Just a few housekeeping items for people in the room. Down the hall are the restrooms. This meeting is being recorded. And we are going to do a quick round of introductions. So if you could just provide your name and affiliation. We will then turn to people online. We'll call your first name and just ask you to give your full name and organization. So Susan, would you like to start?
Susan Coleman, board chair and member of representing public at large.
Nina Berg, Denver Challenge.
Ron Miller, the communications manager with the Department of Ecology and the main liaison to the House.
Rob Davis, representing the city of Pasco. Steve Anderson, representing Franklin and Grant County. Chris Sutton, public at large.
Jim Conker, representing Tridec. Dan Strong, Benton Franklin Health District.
Charles LaFresti, legal women voters.
Rebecca Holland, HAMTech, and chair of the LIDS committee.
Larry Brandt, community at large.
Laura Caulfield, a TNX contractor to the Department of Energy.
Lindsay Summers, I'm the DDFO for the Department of Energy.
Marianne Waneke, I'm with Hanford Mission Integration Solutions, supporting DOE.
Rich Bloom, I'm with the city of West Richmond, and I got vice chair of the
And I'm Josh Patton, I'm with PAD Facilitation.
Judy Talbot with PAD Facilitation. Online, Alicia.
Hi, Alicia Boyd, I'm with Department of Ecology.
Risa.
Good morning, Brisa Guajardo, representing the Tri-Cities Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Patrick.
Patrick Conrad, HMIS.
Dan. Dan Solitz. Matt.
Matt Hendrickson, Oregon Department of Energy, though I'm public for this meeting.
Thank you. Jeff.
Jeff Wyatt, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board.
Larry.
Larry Haler, public at large.
And Liz.
Liz Matson with Hanford Challenge. Good morning.
Good morning. Before we begin, if we could ask everyone to put cell phones on mute, and if you need to take a call, please step outside. Teams participants, if you could put yourselves on mute, and we'll remind you to unmute as the discussion goes on. We do want to be mindful of time. And when we come to the discussion items, what we'll be doing is taking a cue and then asking for one question at a time. We'll do a round, and if people have another question, we'll pick it up on the second round. So today, Lindsay, would you like to introduce Jeff?
Is there anything that Rebecca wanted to introduce or provide a welcome in?
Yeah, I'd just like to welcome everybody, and thanks for coming today. I'm happy that we're finally meeting this committee, and hopefully this presentation that we're going to give will be beneficial. Richard, as the vice chair, you want to say anything?
No.
Okay. Did you want me to introduce the speaker?
You can, yeah, okay. Absolutely.
Okay, so this morning we have an infrastructure briefing, and we have Jeff Sedgwick here from the Department of Energy, who's going to give us that briefing. So, welcome.
Thank you.
up here?
Wherever you're most
Sure.
comfortable.
The owls are picking up the microphone for people online, so
Okay, I'll just stand up here.
it's great.
Some people might have to turn around.
For people online, if you have any difficulty hearing, please put something in the chat, let us know.
And Jeff, use your outside voice.
Okay. Is my presentation gonna be up here or?
Yep,
Thoughts?
okay.
Okay.
Pull it up on screen right now, so if you just want to hang tight while Judy pulls it up, that one's great.
Here we go. Yes. All right.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. My name is Jeff Sedgwick. I'm one of the program managers in the Infrastructure and Services Division at Department of Energy Richland Operations. Thank you for having me, and I'm going to talk a little bit about our infrastructure program out at Hanford. And before I begin, I would just like to say kudos to the HAB for taking an interest in infrastructure. When we talk about Hanford, and when you read about Hanford in the news, or you talk to people about Hanford, very often it's about something like tank farms, or it's about the waste treatment plant, it's about cleanup, and for good reason. Those topics are always at the forefront of Hanford. But what makes those projects actually happen? What makes those things newsworthy is that in the background, infrastructure is what makes all of that happen. And when we went around the room and did introductions, I noticed some of you are from the cities of Pasco and Richland and whatnot, which I think is really cool because nobody really appreciates infrastructure the way city governments do. Infrastructure is not a very sexy topic until the water stops flowing, or the lights don't work, or the roads start to fall apart. Then infrastructure becomes much more important to people. So my goal today is to give you a snippet of our infrastructure program out at Hanford to really do a deep dive into it, as you can imagine would be a very lengthy presentation. But this should give you a pretty good flavor for the infrastructure program. So the next slide, please. So I'm going to brief you a little bit about our Hanford site infrastructure update. And this is for information only. I'm not requesting anything from the HAB. So next slide, please. So when we talk about Hanford infrastructure, there's a couple of things to keep in mind. And the first one is that Hanford infrastructure is mostly original Hanford construction. When Hanford was built, and some of you I'm sure already know this from your experience in the community, but when Hanford was built, there was no existing infrastructure. There was nothing out there. There was no electrical service. There was no water service. There wasn't a road network. There was no sewer system. That all had to be built as Hanford was being built at the same time. So the infrastructure that we have out at Hanford, with some minor exceptions, is mostly original Hanford construction. It's from the 40s, it's from the 50s, and a lot of it has not changed. You can walk into a pump house and you can see on the pumps that are stamped 1944, 1945, 80 years ago. They're still being used. But with the cleanup mission at Hanford, can they still be used reliably in the future? So that's the question that the Hanford infrastructure program is trying to answer. Secondly, our infrastructure upgrade projects, because we don't have unlimited funding, we don't have unlimited resources, we have to really focus our infrastructure upgrades, our infrastructure projects on the mission to support the FLAW and the waste treatment plant, because that really is the focus of Hanford. That's why everybody's out there. So with finite resources, how do we focus our infrastructure priorities? I'm going to touch on some of that in this presentation. So next slide, please. So I'm going to start with our water system. As I mentioned before, there was no water system out at Hanford when Hanford was being built. So how did we get water to the Hanford site? Well, we pumped it back then, as we do today. We pump it directly from the Columbia River. Hanford water system is not tied in to the local water system. If you go to some of the other sites within the complex, something like Oak Ridge, you would find that those sites very often are able to use local utilities, local infrastructure. Hanford isn't like that. The Hanford infrastructure, again, was built for Hanford because there was nothing there. So how do you get water out of the river to pump it up to the site to use? Well, we have two river water pump houses. One is located in B area. The other is located in D area. They're essentially duplicates of one another with minor exceptions. Again, they are original Hanford construction. If you walked into those buildings, you are essentially walking back into 1940 something. They're still functional, but can they last throughout the cleanup mission? So what we have are two projects to upgrade those river pump houses, because if we can't pull water out of the river and send it up into the Central Plateau, then we really can't do anything. Again, we're not hooked into Richland's water system, and we don't bring water in using tanker trucks. We pull it directly from the Columbia River. So what are we going to do with these projects? We're going to essentially gut the pump houses. Each of those pump houses, to support the original mission, had about 16 pumps in them. The new mission doesn't require 16 pumps. It also has very old controls, very old piping, very old everything. So essentially, we're going to go into these pump houses. We're going to replace all the pumps with brand new pumps, with variable frequency drives, with modern technology, modern equipment. The pump houses themselves will essentially remain as they are. They are structurally sound. They do the job, but we're going to change all the interior. Along with that, we're going to take these pump house reservoirs, and we're going to take those out of service. So if you've never seen these pump houses, the way the system works is we have the two pump houses, one in B and one in D. They pull water out of the river and they pump it a little bit, maybe I want to say a quarter of a mile inland to two 25 million gallon reservoirs. This is just a picture of one of them. In each reservoir has another associated pump house. These pump houses do not have enough power to pump directly to the Central Plateau. They can pull water out and they can pump it a little ways, but then they run out of gas. So they pump to the secondary, they pump to the reservoir in the secondary pump house. Those pump houses then push it all the way up to the Central Plateau. We're going to take these reservoirs and their associated pump houses out of service because we won't need them anymore. Once we reconfigure these pump houses, we'll be able to pump directly from the river to the 200 area. So we're going to reduce our footprint, we're going to reduce our maintenance costs, we're going to reduce having to rehab even more infrastructure, because we're going to take those out of service and we're just going to abandon them in place. So we're going to simplify the system, but we're going to add a lot more reliability to it. Again, modern technology, modern equipment, nothing from the 1940s. So that gives you an idea of how we actually pull water out of the river. So if I can go to the next slide, then that water gets pumped up into our raw water system, which is in the 200 area. So we pull water out of the river using those pump houses that we're going to rehab. Then it goes into our raw water system. Again, 1940s, 1950s technology. It's worked so far, but we're going to upgrade them to make sure that we can support the mission into the future. So what are we doing to our raw water system? We're going to install new raw water pumps, again, new variable frequency drives, electronic controls, and this is going to be in east and in west, because the way our water system operates, we essentially have a duplicate system in east and in west. So we're going to rehab both of those systems on the raw water side, just like we're doing on the export side. And here's a few pictures. All I'm really trying to show you here is this is brand new equipment. If you looked at these pictures a year ago, you would have seen 1940s, 1950s. Now you're seeing 2020. So you're seeing a big change in technology. So then what happens to the water after that? And we go to the next slide. So after we pulled water out of the river and we pumped it up to the central plateau, well, the next thing we need to do to it is we need to take that water and treat it according to Washington state standards and make it into potable water, or what we call sanitary water. So how do we do that? Well, we have a new Central Plateau water treatment facility that we're being built, along with a new 1.5 million gallon potable water storage tank and associated pumps. And if you look at the picture on the lower right, that is from the interior of our new Central Plateau water treatment facility, just showing you the pipe gallery, again, some of the new piping in it. The picture in the upper left-hand corner, that's at the next level of the water treatment plant. That's our treatment facility valve racks. This water treatment plant uses the same kind of technology that you would find in most municipalities. It uses what's called a PAL, a PALL, membrane microfiltration system. I believe the city of Pasco has the same type of plant. When we were kind of brainstorming and benchmarking this plan, we actually coordinated along with the city of Pasco. There's nothing Hanfordish about this water treatment plant, which is exactly what we wanted. We wanted essentially the same kind of plant that you would find in any local community. This plant is expandable to 500 gallons per minute. Our current plant is limited to 1,500 gallons per minute. And it cannot be expanded beyond 1,500 gallons per minute. There just isn't enough real estate in the plant to add any more filtration. The existing plant also uses chlorine as a disinfectant. The new plant would use sodium hypochlorite. So we'll be getting rid of a chlorine hazard out at Hanford. But again, just giving you an idea of how we're modernizing the system to support the upcoming mission. The lower left-hand picture here shows our new potable water storage tank. That's the tank that's in the foreground. It's 1.5 million gallons. The tank next to it is the existing tank that's been in service for about 25 to 30 years, and it is suffering some internal corrosion issues. So rather than gamble on using a rusting water tank for the next 50 years, we made the decision based on our priorities to construct a new potable water storage tank. And that tank and the new water treatment plant, they will operate hand in hand. So go to the next slide, please. So electrical projects. We also have an electrical system out at Hanford that we are investing in to, again, make sure that that system can support the mission. A couple of things that we're doing is we are revising the 100 area system for direct service for long-term loads, and we're rebuilding the north section of our 230 kV system in partnership with Bonneville Power Administration to support the long-term Hanford mission needs. And you can see this picture here, it just shows some of the new 230 kV towers being erected by Bonneville Power Administration. And what's driving this is, again, the mission is being concentrated into the 200 areas, into the Central Plateau, as opposed to back in the day when the mission was really about the 100 area and the 300 areas. So we're revising the electrical system to support that new mission, focusing in on the 200 areas. And the next, so here, infrastructure priorities are aligned with the Hanford site cleanup priorities, river corridor, Central Plateau, and tank waste cleanup. Electrical system upgrades ensure missions have the necessary dependable power, and the ongoing water system renovations right-size the system and provide a reliable water supply for cleanup activities. And infrastructure upgrades are they're a never-ending program. We have a robust planning process for water, sewer, electrical, roads, cranes. Right now, our focus is on electrical and water. For about the next 5 or so years, we're really focusing on electrical and water. After that, we're going to start incorporating some road projects. We currently have, with funding, enough funding to do things like road striping, chip seal repair, crack repair. It's been tough to find money to replace roads, but that's coming in about 5 years or so. Again, right now we're focusing on electrical and water because that's really what WTP DF law needs to make them successful. So we're in lockstep with them in supporting their needs, but there's much more infrastructure that I could talk about if I had the time. Roads is a huge huge need. Crane and rigging, we do have a sewer system out at Hanford. Someday, well, it has received some upgrades, and someday we'll need some more upgrades. But right now, we really focus on electrical and water because that's what the main mission of Hanford requires us to provide. And next slide, and that concludes my presentation. I know it was kind of short and quick. Again, my intention was just to give you kind of a flavor for what we're doing at Hanford for infrastructure to support our mission. And if you ever would like a more deep dive into infrastructure, I'm sure that could be arranged. So pending any questions from the, yes?
So we normally do regulatory perspectives.
Okay.
And Ryan, do you have?
Sure, I'll try and speak towards the Alice a bit while I'm catching it. So I'm
Maybe, Jeremy, you
Let me show people here. Actually, first, I think Roberto said he and EPA would be on a little bit later. They had some meeting late, so I don't think he was moving to this portion. I just got an email about that. I don't have a lot to add. I just wanted to, I like what you said at the beginning of the presentation about just the importance of infrastructure and just the anecdote you used that, people don't kind of quiet until it's not.
Oh, yeah.
I did have a question. I was on a site tour recently, just for clarification. You said that it'd be expandable at the 3,500 gallons per minute. How much water does the site currently use? On a yearly basis, monthly basis?
Yeah.
I heard that back. I just forgot what it was, but it might be good for.
Yeah. So every year, just kind of a rough estimate of how much water do we take out of the Columbia and pump it up? About 250 to 300 million gallons. Yeah. Difficult to get really firm numbers, but that's a pretty good estimate.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And I'm sorry, could people raise their hands again for Q, Richard, Chris, Dan, Larry? Go ahead, Richard.
I have a couple of questions. This pump house reservoir that's out in the D area, I think I visited in the late 80s. Is that you get to it, you go down a set of stairs that look like a dungeon? and there's a desk down there where somebody basically, at the time, somebody occupied it 24/7. Is that the reservoir?
So the reservoir in the D area and in the B area, so those are just inland of the river.
They're concrete structures.
Yeah, they're concrete structures, yeah.
And there's a stairwell down to hell.
Yeah,
there's water dribbling down the stairwell. Is
Yeah,
that the same place?
Yeah.
So that to me was the scariest place I've ever been at Hanford. And I've been everywhere at Hanford.
Yeah.
Especially because the water kept seeping in.
Yeah.
So it's good to see that go.
It'll be nice to take that infrastructure out of the program. Yeah.
The other question is the electrical infrastructure map you showed, is the red the okay, and the green's existing?
The green is existing, the red is new.
Okay. And the last question is, you talked about the tank being out of date, the current date. What about the 400 area tank? Because that's of the same vintage. Actually, one of the tanks is even older because it moved from the 100 area.
The 400, I do not have any visibility on the 400 area water tank. I know about the two that we have in 200 West and 200 East that are in conjunction with the 200 East and 200 West water plants. But 400 area tank, I'm drawing a blank on that. Okay. I can get back to the have on that.
I mean, age-wise, whether 400 area is neglected for many.
Yeah.
And we're going to turn to Chris, and just a reminder for people on the phone, if you'd like to be added to the queue, raise your hand or drop a line in chat. Chris?
I have two quick questions for you. On your water system upgrades, about what % has been completed and how much more do you have to go? And about how long do you think it will take before you're totally complete?
Okay, so for right now, we're focusing on, I like to think of them as the large construction projects, like the new water treatment plant, and that is scheduled to be done in August. So most of our big water projects, like the pump houses, everything will be done in 2028, 2030-ish timeframe. After that, what we're going to do is transition to a lot of distribution line upgrades and replacements. We will have replaced the big hardware by then, but we have 100 miles of underground water distribution lines of varying ages, varying conditions, and various construction. That'll be our next effort, and that will go on for a long time. So really, you're looking at the big construction projects, like I showed you here, 2028-ish, 2030 is when you're gonna see those wrapping up.
Okay.
So percentage, I don't know what percentage that is, but that will take care of the mechanical part of our water system. After that, it's piping.
With regard to piping, both at the various pump houses, are any of those pipes lead pipes?
Not that we know of. Most of the pipes that we have, there's a whole menagerie of pipe construction out there. There's concrete pipe, cast iron pipe, several different kinds of plastic pipe, clay pipe. I have not heard or seen anything about lead pipe. So I think we're good on not having lead pipe.
Yeah, because pipes that were in place in the 1940s, 1950s, I don't believe there was a concern about lead that there is today.
No. Yeah. And what we find in a lot of these pipe repairs that we do, we find where there might be a few hundred feet of cast iron pipe that is connected to a few hundred feet of concrete pipe that is connected to a few hundred feet of plastic pipe. I mean, back then, to make something work, they just made it work. Wouldn't do it that way today, but back in 1950, that's what they did. So that's going to be a big effort to go through and do this water distribution piping upgrades. That, you know, again, that's going to be our next focus, but that's going to be a big job.
Thank you. I thought you gave a very good presentation.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That piecing together the knee bones connected to the thigh bones.
Yeah,
Is that
something
right?
like that.
Yeah.
Just one question. In this era of climate change, what problems do you foresee with protecting the function of the intakes in the river? We've had recently species that we've not seen here before, like cyanobacteria in the river. We don't yet have, as far as I know, zebra mussels, which are really a nightmare in the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
For nuclear power. So is there anything that you foresee from climate change that you're going to have to deal with?
So from the intakes, I'm going to kind of back up a little bit, kind of give you the easy answer. The intakes are screened to prevent intakes of anadromous fish. I know that, and that's kind of an easy thing. We have had, I know at Howard Eamon, when they had the toxic algae, for instance, we did a whole bunch of testing on our system and found that we were far enough upstream and with the river flows that the toxic algae wasn't a problem at our location. Things like zebra mussels and other climate change impacts, I would have to get back to the HAB on that. I can't speak intelligently about that right now, but it is a good question, so we can get back to the HAB on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
We're going to turn to Larry, and then online, Joe will ask you to open up your mic after Larry.
Jeff, thanks for the presentation. It was, as a new HAB member, it was a good starting point for me. I have more questions than there is time, but I first want to kind of concentrate on something you really didn't mention, which is risk management and worker safety. Ecology may be able to respond to this a little bit, but in 2022, there was an exchange of letters between Department of Energy and Ecology regarding T111 and B109. And the state did an inspection of the tower, of the tank farms, and indicated that due to their inspection, there was insufficient electrical or raw water available in case of emergencies, that there was water and electrical, but it was maxed out. It was used. And so I'd like to have you address whether or not emergency facilities comes under your purview, item one. And then part of that same question is that Ecology indicated that there was not facilities to empty tank waste into the double shielded tanks. There was nothing underground. There was not pipe inside a pipe available to and hook up in case of an earthquake or something of that sort to empty a tank. And so I'd like to have, as my first question, have you address those issues and why those are kind of secondary to pumping water for the job at hand rather than risk management.
So in your first question, are you referring to the ability, for instance, to fight a fire? Is that
in the tank farm, fight a fire, or be able to get large equipment in there that's electrically operated, like pumps? there just isn't facilities for either one of those right now in any of the tank farms. Now, this may have changed, and we probably have to have ecology tag on to what I asked.
Okay, as far as firefighting capability, what I can say, and I'm not well versed in the ins and outs of tank farms, but for instance, our new water tank that I showed you, it's a 1.5 million gallon water tank, and it provides enough water to fight a 4-hour fire. And we'll have 2 of those tanks, one in east and one in west. And they'll also supply enough water for hotel loads. If a 4-hour firefight happens and the water is needed for that. That's as much as I can say in regards to I don't know that answers your question though, as far as emergency facilities.
It kind of answers a little bit of it that there isn't really some emergency facilities there. You can't turn on a valve right in one of the tank farms and expect 3-inch water or something of that sort.
Oh, so what you're getting at is physically located at tank farms.
Yeah.
Emergency facilities.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not aware that we're doing anything to build emergency response facilities at the tank farms, but let me get back to you on that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
The other part of the question probably isn't in your purview, and that is the connectivity between single shell tanks and the double shell tank in case of emergencies. Now that's special piping, and I don't know that that's even in your view at this point.
It isn't, sir. I'm sorry.
Some of the single shell tanks, the state has reported are 1.25 miles from a double shell tank. And to be able to put those facilities in to transfer waste would take days, if not weeks, and so I'd like to see us address it. And at least the question to you that, about that, I think.
Well, and just as a reminder, tomorrow we will have folks talking about tank integrity. So we will have Jason Gunter here, Eric Nelson. So I think this type of question may be more in their purview.
Well,
so
I would ask it to both, but yeah, I agree with you.
So I just wanted to remind you that those folks will be available tomorrow for that briefing. So.
And Ryan, did you want to add in on any of that?
No, those specific comments I'm not familiar with, and I have to go and follow, but when were those in a letter or was that?
Yeah, it's a docket number actually, and I can get you that. I can get you the printout of it. I couldn't find the exact quote in here, but.
Yeah, I can follow with my staff. We don't have a lot of staff on right now because they're.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Joe, I'm going to ask you to open your mic, and then Jim, do you have any follow-up questions after that?
Hi, yeah, thanks. Joe Matthew here. I'm just wondering if you could touch on sewage, wastewater. How's it treated and disposed?
Yeah, so we have a sewage lagoon in 200 West. And right now we've consolidated most of our 200 East small standalone sewage systems to pump directly to the lagoon. And in the coming years, we plan on having a similar consolidation project in 200 West. Again, getting rid of those small individual systems and pumping directly to the sewage lagoon. It's evaporative lagoon. Currently, we still do some truck pumping, but our plan is over the years that we will minimize truck pumping and we will go to directly hard piping into the lagoon.
So there's no discharge from the lagoon then, like direct discharge?
That's correct.
And
Thank you.
Do you have any follow-up questions?
The only note I wrote to myself is you seem to be very active planning and working on stuff now. What kind of upgrades have been done to the infrastructure, say from 2000 to 2020? Is there any facilities replaced in that period of time?
No, there have not been.
So it's been put off,
There have-
and it's in terrible shape.
Yeah, it is. When I started at Hanford in 2018, and they were, at that point, they were really getting things going. And the infrastructure is the way that it is because for years, the operating scheme of the infrastructure was run to failure.
Yeah.
And that only works for so long.
Well,
And
I
that's
think
why
about-
we're in the position that
I
we're in
think about
today.
13,000 workers in Hanford, and since Hanford's working 24 hours, or at least will, that means that at any one time there'll be 3,500 people there. And if there's an earthquake and a tank ruptures, those people cannot get out on those roads in sufficient time. And so it's just, it's the whole thing that's a mess.
It's.
And there's not enough money, right?
No, and it's when you hear about, the infrastructure in our country, it's the same,
Don't start us on that. Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome, sir.
Rebecca, did you want to follow up on anything?
Yes, I actually did have a real quick question. Thanks again for your presentation this morning.
Welcome.
I found the 1.5 million gallon potable water storage tank. So I'm assuming that when you say potable, you mean drinkable?
Yes.
Who's drinking the water?
So our water conforms to Washington state standards, just like the city of Richland or the city of Kennewick or city of Pasco. Using it for washing your hands, for filling the coffee pot in the office trailer.
Okay.
It's used for domestic use. It's used for process use also. So yeah, we make water that is the same water that you would have anywhere in Washington state.
Okay. Well, I've never been in any facility on the site where they said, in most of them, they say, don't drink the water.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm wondering.
Yeah, no, we hear that too.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah, our water does meet Washington state standards.
Yeah. And I guess one last, just a comment. I guess I'm kind of disappointed about when you said 5 years down the road, we're going to start on the roads, the infrastructure of the roads. I don't have any information to confirm this, but I heard that there was another accident this morning on the way out to Hanford. And, that's the road infrastructure and the safety of the employees. And there's so much stuff that could be done to those roads and expansions. And I guess it's disappointing to me that we don't think about if you can't get the employees to work safely and home safely, then, none of this work is going to be done anyway.
Yeah, no, you make a very good point. Roads, as we all drive on our roads every day, nobody wants to drive on potholed roads or roads where the striping has faded away over the years. So we are concerned with roads too. Right now, the money isn't there to do them, but we do have a roads master plan that we have upgraded. It gets upgraded or updated every 2 years. So we do have a program for roads. We do have a plan for roads. We wish we could do everything today, but we just can't. So your concern is noted.
So we have Mia and Rob.
My question's about budget. Do you happen to know what the current MinSafe budget is in terms of the non-cleanup cost on site? I know that it used to run around 700 to 800 per year. But I know the infrastructure is part of that. I'm just curious if you know the updated figure.
I do not. The MinSafe budget for non-cleanup.
Right, just the MinSafe budget of maintaining the site.
Bob?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Good presentation.
Thank you.
My question concerns, well, several questions, but I'll keep it to one. The design life, well, first of all, are you using plastic pipe for your replacements at all?
Yeah,
and the potential interference if you're using steel pipes in the conductive protection system with the tanks and other infrastructure on the site.
Yeah, anymore when we replace pipes, we replace them with plastic. We're getting away from everything else to the maximum extent that we can. We're finding in some cases, recently we had a water line break out there and we ran into this weird pipe called permastran. Right. Yeah, we would never use that today, but back then they used it. We're just replacing stuff with plastic pipe. It's the easiest to work with. Yeah, so we're trying to little by little go to plastic to the maximum extent that we can.
So are we designing for a 50-year design life on our replacements?
Yeah, so this is, for instance, the new tank has a 50-year design life. So yeah, that's where we're headed. Thanks. You're welcome.
Are there other questions? Anyone online?
I just have a follow-up. Jeff or Lindsay, can we have someone follow up with us on the MinSafe?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Don't want to lose it.
Rob, did you say you had other questions?
Well, the only other one is I know we're looking at activation of the high-level waste facility, and I know they take a lot of power. You know, what we're looking at is 8 megawatts per the plant. And are you designing in now for that, or you got plans to upgrade when that becomes effective?
Yeah, we're looking at that right now, and we're looking at the electrical capacity of our current system and how is it going to be impacted by HLW. So we're trying to get out ahead of that as best we can. Yep.
Very good. Thank you.
Chris?
Is your 50-year design life, does that include the pumps, the new pumps along the river and all the associated piping and everything else that you've discussed? Or was that just for the tanks?
I believe it is, but I can't confirm that. A lot of the stuff that we run into so far, a lot of the older infrastructure had like a 20-year design life, and we're trying to beat that. So let me confirm that with the HAB, but I believe it is the 50-year design life. Okay. Now, the caveat on all of this is you have manufacturers that are making all these parts, and how realistic is it that they can support the products that they make? You know, your phone is only good for a few years, your TV is only good for a few years, so let me get back to you on that.
Go ahead, Jim.
Getting back to the energy, any serious consideration of a small modular reactor dedicated to the Hampton site could power the entire site, one module?
I don't have anything on that. I'm sure that's something that people have talked about. I've heard about the small modular reactor, I think in conjunction with Energy Northwest.
Right.
Yeah. But as far as actually having one out at Hanford, I have not heard of anything like that.
All right, so I have a few follow-up items. Let's just make sure everyone's on the same page. The 400 water tank, the status or condition, and the question about climate intakes to the water on the river, the emergency facilities at the tank farms for water and electric availability of those two utilities, and the MinSafe budget. And then the last one is the 50-year design for all of the components. So does that seem to capture it? All right.
You had more questions than I had slides.
So I do have a process question, Lindsay. How, you said you're going to get back to us with the answers to those questions. How is that going to happen, process-wise?
Typically, if there's questions that our briefers are unable to answer, we write those down and we get those answers for the group, and we will respond via email.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
So all your designs are ASME coded designs, right? You're using the standard engineering work where replacement parts such as pump impellers and et cetera can wear out, but the structure of the actual pump is valued for the life of the plant. So, using ASME codes gives us great confidence in doing the right design, yes.
Thank you.
All right, so this next component of the dedicated LIDS committee meeting is the committee business item that will turn over to committee.
1 second, Judy, I hate to interrupt. I just wanted to say thank you to Jeff for his briefing and his attendance today.
Let's. And with that, we'll turn to the second item for the dedicated LIDS meeting. Have a nice day, Jeff, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We'll turn it over to committee leadership about items for the next meeting. Would you like me to pull up the committee work plan? Would that be helpful to have on the screen, or what would be best?
Yeah, since I don't have a hard copy of that, yeah,
All
if you have
right, it'll take just a moment.
It's a busy
I
day.
don't think that there is a single budget item for mid-save. I think it's distributed across every PBS in Hanford.
So they don't take it, they don't make it obvious.
Just want to touch
No,
base,
like,
you had
when I
asked
worked out
for
there,
a printout
in the
of
soil and groundwater
previous
division,
advice. I think there were two
each
items.
control account, there were aspects
Josh
of it
found
which
one.
probably dealt with mid-save.
Joshua, just,
And it
there
was
wasn't
funded.
actually a request.
So each control account, for example,
that
had
was
safety
for
aspects.
when we talk about the traffic safety.
Only thing that I
Okay.
think of is security. There's one special PBS for security, for site security. But things like certain emergency responses, soil and groundwater had money funded in it different than so on. So I think it's kind of disseminated, but there are a few pockets that you can get.
We might follow up on that offline, but thanks. It sounds like some funding questions. Very helpful.
Yeah, so back to your question, I had asked for the advice on the traffic safety that at the time, the other name of the other committee, the H-Step committee had written, and I think it would be beneficial for when we actually have, and it looks like possibly at our next committee meeting that's scheduled, there will be a briefing on traffic safety.
Correct. Yep.
So that's when it would be most beneficial.
Okay, well, I think we're prepped for that.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Is there anything that you would like to review or open up? Here is, I think we have it on one page here is, we've got the Rep 9 permit, what's new in the, I think that's a presentation, and coming forward, that March is the traffic safety, and they're all, a follow-up item to be determined is the 300 area fire station status. Is that right? That's on the list?
That's on your list, yep.
Right.
And one thing that we talked about at the December meeting was potential visit to the HWIC, but Rebecca, I think that you wanted to kind of pulse the committee, so I don't know if you want to have that conversation now or at a later date, but I just wanted to make sure that wasn't lost.
Right, yeah, so at the last full HAB meeting, we had a presentation from the Workforce Engagement Center, which is there to help employees, former employees and their families with claims or different, just even answering questions and stuff. And I thought that possibly if it was, if it was feasible that we could, this committee could go and take a tour of their, it's not a real big place. They said that they were amenable to that, but I think that they, Lindsay had said that they're still working on that. But I don't know if that's something that this committee would like to do, or if it's just something that, it sounds good, but you were not really interested. So anybody who's an actual official, member of this committee, if that's something that you would like to do, speak now. Let us know.
Well, I guess my only comment would be that I thought it was a really good presentation when they came and talked to us, but for anybody that's new, that might be advantageous, but they just came and I thought did a great presentation in saying what they're about and how they're handling things, so I'm good.
I'll give you some feedback on the engagement center presentation that we had last night, which I thought was fantastic, DOE. And so I took that handout, and I have a close friend who was exposed to vapors and sent to the hospital and did a whole thing. And here, so many years later, he's got problems. And so I took that handout and gave it to him. And he went down and talked to him, took his wife with him. And when I called him the other day, he was real happy with some of the reactions he was getting. So I felt that was a real good presentation, and I think it's great. So kudos to DOE for the Engagement Center.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's a good news story.
Yeah, it is. Well, hopefully he gets what he needs.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Have any feedback on it? Yeah.
I'm not a part or member of the LIDS committee, but I'm definitely up for a tour of the center. I thought the presentation was fantastic, and then thinking back on it later, it raised more questions that I wanted to ask them. So I would, if there's room, once all the LIDS members if they sign up, I'd love to attend.
Okay.
A friendly suggestion that depending on availability, if there are extra seats, it would be something that you might want to consider for putting in happens or for the HAB members, if others, because you're not a member of the committee but would be interested, there might be others also.
Yeah, and I know originally when we had talked to them, they said they could accommodate like 8 to 10 people at a time or something like that. So I don't think people will be beating down the door. I think we'll be good there, but we'll just see what the interest is.
I guess I've used the resource center before because of what the sense has. And I guess the question is the answer is whether you need a tour or whether there should be an open house type of approach. We could do it as rather than get on a bus and go there, it's just down there at Bradley. The question goes down to is we could coordinate an open house with a committee week type of approach. That might be the best if they're available to conclude that this day HAB members will be coming in. I think that would be a better approach. And then we can, if we want to go there a couple at a time type of thing, be more, rather than get the same presentation we got from them. That's my suggestion.
I guess I hadn't really envisioned hopping on a bus. I know. It's right down at the end of G Way,
Right.
so I figured, people could probably get themselves there.
But I'm thinking it could be coordinated with as a open house type of approach.
I don't know what their schedule is as it pertains to their appointments, so I think my thought process was have an identified time for folks to come in, but it could be an open house if there's more folks than there is space available, so definitely something we can take a look at.
I mean, what's more important to me is their communication out of their availability. It's a question for maybe the PIC committee to, whatever it's called today. Let's pick.
COE.
Anyway, but that would be more of an issue for them to talk about of expanding. Because their services have expanded since the last time I was there.
I guess really is, what I'm wondering is, if there is enough interest, first of all, before we have DOE go spinning their wheels and trying to get it all set up, I'd like to know you know, if there is interest, if there's not, then great too, you know, we'll just move forward. And, you know, maybe get some pamphlets from them and, you know, but I'd like to know if, you know, there is an interest rather than trying to set something up and then no one show up.
Right.
Ryan, you look like you got stuff to say.
I saw your hand raised. Did you stop something?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So then please, if you would, just state your name and speak up because of the microphones here.
My name's Tom Rogers. I'm with the Department of Health. We are just upstairs from HWAC. What I wanted to mention is something that I think there's another part of this. HWAC is a fantastic resource for getting your documentation and helping you line things out. But the Department of Labor, which is in the other building across the parking lot, also plays a part in the actual compensation of the worker. So I know HWAC at first was somewhat unaware that the Department of Labor was over there. So people would come up to us and say, hey, I was downstairs now, what do I do? Well, because I've known a whole bunch of people who are now gone or have had health issues through their work at Hanford. I'm kind of into this. And I remember when it was a DOE fully monitored program and when it went to the Department of Labor. So I think it would be, if the tour of HWAC does not have interest, I think a global view of the whole policy of how does this work? How do I get my documentation? What do I do with it? And then where do I go so that if I'm not around, my wife can get some compensation, my family can get some compensation. I think understanding the system as a whole is really great. But you know, those folks downstairs at HWAC, they really like Richard said, every time you talk with them, they're talking about, oh, we're doing this now, we're doing this. So it's a dynamic thing. But I just wanted to say that there's another piece to it. So thank you.
Thank you.
So Rebecca, would you like to follow up with an email to the committee and or the HAB to see if there's a specific level of response?
Yeah, I think that'd probably be best. Just, yeah, respond, yes or no.
Right.
We can do a poll in Outlook.
We'll follow up on that. All right, any other items that you would like addressed? Oh, one thing on the work plan, it sounded like also coming up a little further down the road, in addition to the 300 area fire station, new con, so that's also TBD, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
New what?
What did you say?
What did you say?
The vapor concentrations, the NUCON project, this one right here. That's,
Oh, you're talking about the research development demonstration permit application. Yeah,
Yes.
there's gonna be a public comment period. I don't think I have the firm dates yet, but it's gonna be in springtime, I think like March to April. I possibly don't, yeah, it's not finalized, but that's my idea of when it's gonna happen. So, and I think that was our idea that I was gonna, you know, talk to Lindsay and we'll come and do we'll be able to bring it to the HAB committee when it's closer to the comment period.
right, it's just
Hopefully March.
it's just a preview, you know, we're trying to find a way to make sure that things don't through the cracks.
Absolutely. Yeah, so, Rebecca, that's something that I think we can, while you're developing the agenda for the March meeting, we can, I'll touch base with you and we'll see if the dates firm up for that time frame, and we might be able to do that in March, possibly.
Okay.
Brian, can you expound on what, I'm seeing quizzical face on Becky, which I'm sure she's not the only one, but what that permit is, besides an R&D?
Yeah, no, it's so the research development, it's for a test, I think, for the system on for the tank vapors for I'm not super well versed on
Yeah, I
it.
thought it had to do with tank vapors,
Yeah,
new
it's
equipment.
out of the cell, it's not tank vapors.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
Okay, I just.
Actually, you see me doing this because I can't see the screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm an part of the aging workforce.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm right up
Can't
there.
see the screen.
Go ahead, Larry.
We haven't talked really about land use, and I don't know if this is something that's directly interesting to us and something we might consider educating ourselves on, but that's the issue of native claims to Hanford Hanford property. And I wondered if it would be of interest to this group to have maybe Department of Energy and somebody from one of the tribes discuss their discussions and their, where they stand at this point in time.
So if you take a look at the committee of the whole work plan that's identified, we do have an anticipated informational briefing on the CLUP, or the comprehensive land use plan and long-term stewardship.
Okay.
So that's on the radar for
So
FY24.
we would pass as this group on that issue of.
So a committee of the whole essentially
Yeah.
is a cross-cutting topic
Yeah,
across all the committees. So yes, it necessarily wouldn't be passed, but it would just be incorporated into a briefing for everybody.
I'm satisfied.
Yeah, and I think that this committee could take comments or, questions, things like that, could be formulated in this committee for that.
For that,
committee of the
yeah.
whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or any actions that came out of it.
Right. Are there other items that you'd like to cover?
Yeah, so where it says the 300 area fire station status, the 300 area fire station was tied into the traffic safety advice that was written a few years ago. Because of, not just because we have a fire station there, but because of because they were saying that they were gonna get rid of it. So they kind of disregarded our advice as far as the roadway, how they get in and out of there, and the pedestrians that are walking through there. And so I think that I would like to have that addressed when they talk about the traffic safety, what what the longevity is. We all know that 300 or 324 building isn't coming down tomorrow. So, I believe that fire station will probably be there much longer than anticipated. So it'd be nice to have some kind of a briefing on that.
I will let DJ Ortiz know that you are expecting that to be included.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
All right.
Anything else? Anybody else have anything?
Well, I was going to follow up, and, talking about the infrastructure, there were a couple of things that, since the individual that gave that presentation came in 2018, wasn't aware of what has happened. The main water distribution from that area out in the 100 area to the Central Plateau used to be a cedar pipe. It was a huge pipe, and that was replaced with plastic years and years ago. And a lot of the infrastructure, when you talk about the water not being drinkable, it's because it was browned, because of the steel pipe and so it's potable when it leaves the water system. It just becomes unpotable really when it gets delivered. But there was a lot of effort of sleeving pipes, of putting plastic liners in pipes over the years. So there's been a lot of work. It hasn't been totally ignored, but it's been underfunded. I just thought I'd throw that bit of truth there.
Thank you.
That's good background, thanks.
All right. Anybody else? Any burning desires? To talk about something? Okay.
Well, I guess the question comes down to is, are we going to have elections, or were we elected?
Well, I think that's coming next.
So we now have a comment from Pam. So Pam, if you'd like to open your mic, please.
I just have something to share.
We're losing you, Pam.
I have something to share before you go to break.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. All right. Thank you. We'll note that. And so, yes, the next item is that there will be the upcoming election.
Right. So upcoming committee leadership elections. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that because we haven't had nominations or anything. I'm not sure if we plan on doing that today. and the election today, or maybe you can walk me through that? Because typically we have nominations and then the next meeting we have election.
So for the newbie facilitator, what I have heard is that nominations, I thought I heard, can be made, and we'll turn to Susan, up to the day of elections, is that right?
And the elections will be at the March meeting.
Well, they can be made the day of election.
They can make,
Yes.
right, they can up to, yeah, that day.
Yes.
And during that meeting, in
Right.
fact.
So that perhaps there could be, you know, an initial question today as to whether there are people interested in filling those roles and asking them to consider it if they haven't, and so that they can come to the March meeting prepared. Lindsay, is there anything you would add on that?
So I just wanted to share that, and Ryan, you can step in here as well, is that I know there were some questions regarding the alternates being able to serve in the leadership capacity, and the agencies agreed to take that back and have conversations. We began conversations and they're still ongoing. So I don't have any more to add regarding the path forward on that, but that'll be, I would assume, an update in February, you think?
Yes,
Yeah.
ideally, yes.
Ideally, we're looking to provide an update in February.
So may I suggest then that we hold off? Normally, we would send out an email, you know, to people who are actually on the committee, soliciting, you know, nominations. Possibly we could hold off on that until we get an answer, because in this situation, it kind of affects this committee, you know, who's being nominated.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But I'm gonna just say, for the new members especially, the elections we're talking about are the committee chair and the committee vice chair. They are a one-year term, and we'll have the elections in March. If you're interested in either of those positions, we have the committee chair and current committee chair and vice chair here who can help you understand what that means, what the workload is. But the process is basically you can self-nominate, you can nominate someone else, you nominate someone else. We will need to confirm that they're willing to serve. So you can't, you know, nobody's getting voluntold. But if you feel like, you know, an interest, jump in and take over and run the show. But that's kind of what, and like I said, it's a one-year term, so it's like nobody's gonna die. But Becky's done it for a while. I think Richard's done it for a while. They have a lot of experience. You would not be, you know, if you jumped in, volunteered to take it on, I don't think it will break either of their hearts, and they'll be there to help you. So,
You know, all committee members can vote, right, for those positions?
I believe
What was
it
the
is,
question? I didn't hear.
Only committee members get to vote for the
Oh.
positions.
Yes.
right, and so, again, learning curve, is it that because, my understanding is that members of the public can serve on committees, do public members of committees vote on committee leadership?
No.
Okay, so,
and they cannot hold leadership positions.
okay, thank you, sorry to take us down that aside. All right. Are there any other items? Pam has an announcement that she'd like to make. Is there anything that we need to conclude right now? All right, seeing none and online. Pam, do you want to open your mic and give us your update?
Okay, I just thought that you all might be interested that yesterday, House and Senate negotiators, as well as the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate, announced a spending deal for 2024 appropriations. It's $1.59 trillion. The first budget deadline, including energy and water budget, has less than 2 weeks to finalize funding negotiations, and those negotiations resume today. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that update on the national perspective, and thanks, Susan, also for a little background on leadership roles. We have the next part of this blended meeting is the joint LIDS CaRM session that continues at 11 o'clock. So there's an extended break of a half an hour. We're also going to probably insert an extra table. So we'll be doing a little bit of reconfiguring of the table to make it a little larger. And with that, it gives you some networking time. We'll reconvene here at 11 o'clock. For people on the phone, we will mute the mics. Oh, Dan?
Well, I don't know when or when I could bring this up or if I should, but the whole Hanford cleanup is run under the tri-party agreement and existing environmental laws. And there's a radiation protection technique that is totally being ignored at Hanford. And I've spoken about this before. And I actually do have a question. And that is, the question is, what is the activity of iodine 129 that's on the Hanford site or in the groundwater? And similarly, what is the activity of technetium 99 at Hanford? I talked with my go-to expert on Hanford, Bruce Napier, and I asked him how much I-129 there is on Hanford. And his answer was DOE doesn't know, but here's what I can put together from all these records over the years. All right, so it turns out that iodine as I-, it's a negative ion, a fairly large ion. And pertechnetate, which is the form of technetium 99, is TC, technetium, O4, 4 oxygens with a minus charge. And it turns out that that TCO4 minus is the same size as iodide, as I-, negative ion. And in the human body, pertechnetate behaves very similarly to iodide. It is concentrated in the thyroid. Like iodine, it is also concentrated in breast milk for nursing mothers. In fact, a nursing mother can transfer as much as a quarter of her body's iodine to a nursing infant in a day. There is a technique that has been used to protect people from intakes of iodine forever, and it is approved for protection of people in nuclear emergencies. And that is to flood your body with stable, non-radioactive iodine. This is called mass action. In medicine, it's done using Lugol's solution. Let's see, has been for probably 75 years since iodine was first developed. They use it as an imaging agent in the early days, but they protected people who were being imaged for other things. They protected their thyroids by flooding the body with stable iodine. Anyway, this protecting people from intakes of iodine by this mass action principle could be applied to treating Hanford waste. So let's say all of a sudden, all of the tanks started leaking like crazy. All the iodine's going into the Vadar zone and then down into the saturated zone where the aquifers are. If you were to dilute that with non-radioactive iodine, the I-129 is still there, the pertechnetate is still there, but if you drink that water, it doesn't matter, because the iodine, you will not be concentrated in your thyroid. And so that would reduce the drinking water allowed concentration of either pertechnetate or iodine by many powers of 10, many orders of magnitude, right? We call that radiation protection. Why? It doesn't make the groundwater under Hanford pristine. It doesn't make it clean. It only makes it way less toxic in terms of producing radiation dose. So if I knew how much I-129 there was, and I got from Bruce Napier, is about 700 kilograms is the guess of the DOE or the amount of iodine 129 that was ever produced at Hanford. And you can do that by figuring out how many megawatt days of reactive running we had, and I don't know if that's classified still or not. Yeah, all right, so Jim says he's got a number of items. How much have you got?
5.44 times 10 to the 4th megabecquerel,
Okay.
which is not very much.
So it sounds, I hate to interrupt, but it sounds
Anyway,
like what we're.
But the point is, this is a radiation protection thing that could be done, could be considered. It could be actionable advice that we could say, hey, DOE, have you looked at this? And it might require a change to the Safe Drinking Water Act. It might, or an exception. But all of a sudden, if you can make these two things, which actually, even if we don't do much about them, are not the big risk to groundwater at Hanford, but those are both very long half-life materials. So I don't know when bringing up an idea like that, if this committee is the right place to do it, but simply diluting the I-129 with iodine-127 would do this. And by the way, for every 5 atoms of I-129 there are at Hanford, the Hanford reactors produce 1 atom of the stable non-radioactive I-127. It turns out it's about 5-to-1 ratio in nuclear power. Anyway, I don't know when that would be a good point to bring up, but I would like to at least register my concern that nobody's looking at this.
Okay, so I just wanted to step in. It sounds like what we need, because I'm looking back at previous briefings, and one that the group hasn't received in a while is an industrial health and safety program update. And I think that might be helpful for the whole committee so they can understand what we currently have in place as it pertains to safety on site.
Well, this isn't safety on site, this is off site, I'm talking.
Correct, but we have to, I guess I would also like you to understand that this is a policy level board, this isn't a technical board. And so I'm just trying to figure out how that would correlate to that a piece of policy level advice.
We're talking about groundwater this afternoon too, so that might be a good time.
Yeah.
Say that again.
We're talking about groundwater this afternoon, so that would be a good groundwater treatment.
Okay.
Okay. Can I,
Yes,
as we're
yeah,
ending,
yeah.
I'd like to have the last comment. All right. Okay, I want to challenge everybody, all board members, alternates. If you have not provided an email or a list, handwritten list to Josh or the facilitation team of your choices of committees, your 2 committees that you want to belong to, I'll challenge everybody on the board to get that information in as soon as possible. This week.
So what happened to the sheets that we filled out?
That's what I said, if you haven't already done it,
Okay.
if you've done it, then Josh, I assume, will have it. But if you haven't, or you want to change it, because you can be on 2 committees, you can be interested parties on the other committees. But you can only be members of 2 committees. So make sure that Josh gets that information as soon as possible so the list can get updated and disseminated with the new committees. Pardon?
Plus code.
Plus code, right.
2 plus code.
Yeah, 2 plus code, right.
All right, so Lindsay, how does the continuation, or do we suspend? What's the process for the pause here? Anything?
So it's my understanding that we'll just take a break and we will reconvene at 11 o'clock and continue on.
All right, we'll see you then. And for people online, Joe and Larry, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I had a quick question before we take a break. I'm wondering that we also passed around a thing about contact information and a contact list, but I haven't seen anything come across on that. What's the status of that?
We're wrapping that up this week, so it'll be out by the end of the week.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Joe?
Nope, that was it. That was it for me. Yep.
Larry?
There's no radiobiology, among other things. This is culture. You're needed, Larry.
He's working on it again.
You know,
Oh, you're still muted.
Hello, here I am.
There you go.
Hey,
Yep.
I don't have a list of the committees, and I appreciate that. I'd like to be able to join this committee and maybe another one.
Okay. So this committee and which other one? There's There's cleanup and risk mitigation, right?
Yes.
That's the next one. Is that the other one you would like to participate on?
I think for a list of the committees,
Oh,
which she can find
Okay,
on the Hanford site.
we'll send that to you. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll see everyone in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
For people online, we're going to mute the mics. All right, can you see it? Jeff?
Yes. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get started. Just a reminder, this is an annual exercise. Chris Sutton led it last year. And it's designed to dovetail into the tri-party agency's planning process. So what we're going to talk about today is cleanup priorities for the 2026 year. And that tracks DOE's 5-year plan goals. So we organized this around these 4 categories you see on the screen: core operations, waste treatment, risk reduction, and waste management. That tracks DOE's process. And as you, I'm sure, all know, that developing advice is an iterative process. So you saw in the mailing or email for this meeting a couple weeks ago, revision 5. We're currently on Rev 6A, so that's what we're going to be talking about today. So next slide, please. Okay, we currently have 2 lists, and we're calling these the A list and the B list. So the A list, there are 15 items on this list, and it looks pretty good. It's a pretty good, robust set of priorities for 2026. And then there's the B list. And the B list is where we don't, as an IM team, we don't yet have consensus. And some of these items we will not have consensus on for a couple reasons. One is some of them are just not developed enough by the agencies or by HAB in terms of our consideration to actually put it on the list. A good example of that is grouting low activity waste. That's a controversial issue, something that the agencies haven't taken a position and published on. So that's something that would be very, very difficult for us to agree on a specific item for 2026. So today, what we're going to do, to borrow Tom Cecilia's terminology, we're here to socialize this list, to get the committee members familiar with it and get some input. And when I say input, we don't have a lot of time. There are, roughly 20, 25 issues on these combined lists. So what we're trying to get is substantive comments and concerns primarily. We could do maybe a tiny bit of wordsmithing today, but if we get bogged down in that, we simply won't be able to work through the entire list. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the A list. The group has worked on this, and we're going to go through these one by one fairly quickly, but this is just to give you an idea of what's on the A list. We address core operations reporting, funding, some greenhouse gas emissions and objective, and then a number of things that fall into the categories of risk reduction and waste management that you can see there. Next slide. So this is the B list. These are areas where we have not yet reached consensus. Now, one of 3 things can happen to the items on this list. One is that after additional work and discussion, an item can get promoted from the B list to the A list. So that's one option. The second option is that we can refer these issues to a committee like the LIDS or the CaRM committee or the tank committee because it needs further development. And in many cases, these are very complex issues that need to be digested by the HAB. And if an advice is going to come forward on some of these. It needs to be very well thought out and more detailed than this IM team can do. Our process runs about 4 months, and the schedule is we would like to get a draft advice, fairly well-polished draft advice to the entire HAB in February. So I mentioned there were 3 things that could happen with things on this list. We can either promote them to the A list, we can refer them to a committee, or we can simply drop the issue this year and it gets picked up sometime in the future. So before we continue on to the A list, I would like to pause a minute to see if there are any questions before we move on. And then a reminder, we're looking for substantive comments and concerns.
All right, Tom and then Chris.
Hi, so I think that A list and B list idea is great. I think there's also a third option, a C list, so to speak, and that's for topics that come up from committee this week. If there's something that you want the IM team to consider, throw that into the C list and we can determine which shelf it gets put on, A or B.
Okay. Chris?
Great.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
No, I say that's great. That's a good idea, Tom. Thank you.
And I just wanted to add that when Jeff refers to consensus, that's consensus on the IM team. And on the IM team only so far.
Thanks for that clarification. And also, perhaps I missed it, but you will also be accepting comments after the meeting. Is that right, Jeff?
Yes, thank you. So if you would like to make more detailed comments, please submit them via email to ideally to the HAB facilitation team, and then they will distribute those to the IM team.
And timeline on that would be the last IM team meeting is the 23rd or 24th of January. Is that
We're
accurate?
thinking January 15th, have comments in.
Yeah.
And it would be 2 things. So one, if you've got wordsmithing that's like grammar, that's not content, won't be addressed today, please send any grammar wordsmithing in. And also if there's ideas that occur after the meeting, you know, all of those would be helpful to receive by January 15th. That's holiday for some, so that would be it. Are you ready to go to the actual?
Yes.
Advice?
Yes,
Okay.
please. So I would say at this point, we're, maybe 60% of the way through the process. So still plenty of time to add things to the list and register your thoughts as we move forward. So this is the A list, and I'm going to tick through these fairly quickly.
Jeff, if people, everybody have handouts for this? Josh?
We can make it large enough to read.
They were on the table, so if anybody wants a hard copy of the newest version, we have it in the room. We'll give people just a minute. We're getting our steps in, Jeff.
Okay, that's fine. I would say as we move through this, Judy, if someone raises a hand or wants to comment as we move through this, you've got to stop me.
All right, would you like to go through it by section so that you'll recap the core operations and then see if there's any comments? Or
yes.
How would you like to? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we'll play it by ear.
All right.
So core operations, and again, these are specific to 2026. Some of these obviously are larger issues, and we would like to see things like public involvement and reporting. We'd like to see things like this tomorrow, but we're targeting 2026. So keep that in mind. So public involvement, this first item, the key here is that there's a feeling on the IM team that sometimes comments are not addressed. They're submitted, and the IM team would like to see the agencies address in writing all comments received during public comment periods. And I know that's a big ask, and but that's where we are at present. The next one on here is reporting. And again, some of us came out of private industry where you've got to have measurable annual targets to affect the effectiveness of your work and what you accomplished. And we know there are milestones, but we're not seeing kind of reports for the public that show how the TPA, how the agencies are meeting those milestones. So we would like to see kind of cleaned up public-facing reporting by the agencies. Third item on here is fully fund the HAB. Go back to past practice of having 4 full board meetings annually. And there's also concern about funding travel and things like that. But this is the language that we've agreed on at this point. And then workforce issues, the third item on here is kind of a catch-all. There's concern in the HAB about the turnover of the workforce at Hanford as it ages, kind of this generational turnover. So this issue addresses that. So pause for a minute and get comments on these 4 critical priorities for 2026.
I am going to bring up the worksheet so that we can take notes real time. And that's actually the copy that people have in the room, this landscape format, so that you can take notes, write ideas however is best for you. Any comments or questions about the core operations components? Looking online, raise your hand or chat.
So I just have a comment on B. This is Lindsay Jeff. You have develop and communicate measurable annual targets to assess the effectiveness of cleanup efforts, allowing for the evaluation of progress and the identification of necessary adjustments. What I heard you say is that you wanted something that was reportable to the public. Is that correct?
Yes. For example, the placemat that DOE puts together is a good public-facing communication that shows at a fairly high level what's going on at the site over year by year, but there's nothing like that shows what the targets are, the milestones, and DOE and the agency's own. You have targets that are over and above specific regulatory milestones. I think we would like to see those on an annual basis to give the public a better feel for progress and cleanup of the site.
So how it's currently written, what you're communicating, that isn't clear as written. So I would recommend just making sure that you incorporate something like that so that agencies understand what it is that you're looking for exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Flag for wordsmith.
Just because if I take it like this back and if they tell me, okay, we're doing that, that may not, maybe we don't need to respond to that aspect because we're already doing that, when in reality, it was something very specific that you were looking for. So I just want to make sure that's incorporated here. So then when we share it back,
Chris?
the message is.
I agree with Lindsay's comments, and I've commented on this too. Every year, DOE and the prime contractor set specific targets for work to be accomplished. They're called key performance goals, KPGs. And the fee that a prime contractor earns is based upon their performing these key performance goals. These are publicly available. They're available on the Hanford.gov website. And how DOE scores each prime contractor against those KPGs is available on the Hanford.gov website. They're not easy to find. They're not called KPGs, but they are publicly available. So I think if we rewrite it, we kind of want to indicate that instead of someone searching on the Hanford.gov website for KPGs, that they're reported more publicly. But the goals are set each year. The goals are scored, and this goes into the fee, partially goes into how much fee a prime contractor earns. So information is out there. It's just really hard to find.
Any others
Chris.
regarding?
This might be a good time for me to state that these are not my critical priorities. These are the critical priorities that we've collected in the IM team and from others. So if some of them I'm not completely familiar with, so if the authors or the protagonists here would like to speak up and bail me out like Chris just did, I appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to move to the next section and waste treatment? All right. Jeff?
Okay, thank you. So waste treatment, there is an item that got moved to the B list, and that has to do with grouting low activity waste. So we'll get to there in a few minutes. This one seemed to be B on the waste treatment list, seemed to be pretty non-controversial, and that is we would like the agencies to look at greenhouse gas emissions on the site, and by 2026 complete an assessment of both the emissions and the mitigation alternatives for the DFLAW vitrification facility.
Any comments or questions on that particular item? And I'm looking online, either raise your hand or put it in the chat if you'd like to be added in. All right, with that, we move to risk reduction.
Okay, risk reduction. So now we're getting into deeper water, so to speak, technically, and some of these might be a little bit more controversial. But on the 324 building, the language here is amend the record of decision to address the extent of contamination beneath the building, meet the obligations of this TPA milestone, and then evaluate the necessity of additional groundwater wells to monitor down gradient cesium and strontium migration. So that's the current language. And I'm going to pause. Is there any thoughts or comments on that?
Yeah, do we have Andy or Roberto in the room virtually?
I see enter Simone enter.
No, looking for EPA. No, okay. We should check with them and make sure that that's already happening, but yeah.
Go ahead. So I have a note to check with EPA to see if this is already happening.
So this is for FY26 to clean up priority. So you're asking for an amendment to the ROD in FY26 or before FY26?
I think it's fine, but let's circle back, make sure it matches EPA's timeline as well.
Okay, I was trying to
The original
understand.
milestone was to complete it in November of calendar year 2025.
Right, but the original milestone is not happening, so.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think there's two parts to this too. They're probably going to have to amend the record decision, and I think the major thing is do it by 2026, not have it stretch out to 2027, 2028, 2029.
Yeah, well, it's a question because you can either do something fast, cheap, or good, pick two, right? So if we want to come fast, it's not necessarily going to be as complete as it should be.
I understand that the timeline, tentative timeline is to complete it in 16 months.
Yeah, and then it has to go to public comment and have all of that.
Including.
Yeah, all of that. So, but it should be done by 2026.
Right.
So good.
Simone, did you want to add in here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that language included public comment as part of that. I heard Tom Cecilia just say that the amending the record of decision does include a public comment process, but I wonder if we want to be explicit about having that included.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. It's my understanding that all broad amendments include public comment.
I think that's right, but let's make sure.
Let's wait for Roberto and
Yeah.
or Dave Eden to weigh in on that one. I don't want to get that wrong.
Or I think Andy's project manager on that one, so that would be.
Or Andy.
All right, to item B, the next one.
Okay. The next one is the 105 kW fuel storage basin. I'm not really familiar with this. Was that yours, Chris?
Yeah, and I just took it because that list of milestones that you gave us, the milestones had do this by 2026. And I know that there's, that both DOE and CPC are trying to get off the river as soon as possible to try and concentrate on the Central Plateau. So it seemed like a good item to put in here. There's milestones and it goes philosophically with what they're trying to do.
Okay.
Yes. This is RC, not RP.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Can I insert something?
So that is an important 2026 milestone.
I would let everybody in the committee and the board know that all the milestones are online. They're kind of difficult to find, but just use your web crawler or whatever and put in its appendix D or attachment D of the actual agreement. So, and all the milestones are listed. There's a couple confusing factors in there. One is once something has been resolved, that number sequentially goes away. So you won't see them all in sequence, but please, I invite all board members to go take a look at those milestones and any areas that you're particularly interested in. It's very clear.
We should do a milestone scan, everybody.
Exactly. No, but it's just, you have that material available to us.
Okay.
Okay, the next one, groundwater protection. The IM team feels very strongly that this is a critical cleanup priority, that year after year we need to emphasize groundwater protection. And this mentions the M024 series of milestones. So it's a big effort, but the group was pretty adamant about including groundwater protection. Any comments on that?
I think Joe has hand raised. Joe, is that on the last item?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm all on board with groundwater. I just wanted to go back a little bit to RB. I'm a little confused. It says, I'm seeing RB move to B list. What's the difference between RB and RC?
No, I didn't understand. We skipped over B. So RB, what was that originally addressing that's now on the B list?
We'll get to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Groundwater.
Okay. RE, Tom, Cecilia, I believe that's your item.
Yeah, I think the milestone was Chris's, but the deep Vedos zone treatability study, PNML has been doing for the DOE for the past decade or so, they've got some really good preliminary results, and that's, I think, due to be published by the end of fiscal 25. So we just want to make sure that it's absolutely done and out the door by 26, because deep Vedos zone's a hard thing to treat, and it's going to take some time to implement it. So faster we get that preliminary data, the faster they can make records of decision on the Central Plateau.
Okay, thank you. The next one, I'm going to speed up a little bit here so we can get to the B list. But the next one is the 100 K&N area records of decision are due in that period of time, and that is a priority. So if we can now move to waste management.
Well, can I ask a question? Why don't we have the cesium and strontium capsules being removed? Because that's a big DOE risk reduction item. That should certainly be on here because they should start transferring those in the 26 timeframe, I believe.
They appear under waste management.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
It's E.
Yeah, Judy, they're already there.
Okay. All right, on to the next section.
On to waste management, TRU Waste. We're going to see a presentation on that this afternoon. But this is, again, a high-level objective to expedite the certification and shipment of TRU waste. as something that is targeted for 2026. And I think if there are any comments on that, any substantive comments, it should come out of the discussion this afternoon. Chris, you want to say something about the burial grounds?
He is also has a question.
I'm trying to say something about WMA. I think what was taken off in waste treatment, which was, it used to be WTA, DF law, complete hot commissioning, that can stay in. The concerns Hanford Challenge raised were with WMA, the second half of that, the evaluate the disposition pathway for less low activity waste. That's the part that we do not consent to because it's calling for grout. So I think there's just a miscommunication there in terms of what needed to be removed and put onto the B list.
Okay. So to be clear, the objection is on WMA, the disposition pathway for surplus low activity waste above the amount permitted for IDF disposal. Is that correct?
That's correct. And WTA, which was DF law, that can stay on the A list.
Okay, we'll get down to the B list in a few minutes, so let's save that comment for there. Okay, so this is a good example of where we're trying to clarify and capture substantive concerns. And the IM team next week will spend a fair amount of time on those two issues. So burial grounds, Chris?
I think Mia had something on this as well. All I did was put in the milestones. And there are 2 milestones that are supposed to be completed in 2026 in conjunction with the 6/18/11 burial ground. And I just took them word for word.
Yeah, did you want to? Okay, so any other comments on WMB?
You know, it's possible this might be a better fit under risk reduction.
I'll note that.
Yeah, WMB could be removed to risk reduction, but that's a minor thing one way or the other.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to WMC, the concern there was that we would be using clean fill in the ERDF rather than contaminated soil from waste sites. So that's what this item calls out. And then WMD addresses orphan wastes, and that's not a topic I'm familiar with. So any comments or concerns about that? And then Rob, the WESF cesium strontium capsules, that issue is addressed in item E.
Thank you.
And Rob, I do have several of the comments that you submitted, but they kind of came in between before this meeting, and those haven't been digested yet. So we'll see those again. The IM team will next week.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see anyone online or in the room.
Okay, fast flux.
Clarification. Sorry, Jeff, is this clarification for WMC? The idea is to not use clean fill, but to use contaminated soil fill?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Opposite of what you said.
So as,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
No, this one.
we're ready for the next one. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, any comments on the fast flux test facility?
I am not seeing anyone. Oh, Dan Solix.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Dan Solix?
Yes, good morning. This is, this started out as a surveillance and maintenance cost, item that, would be, what I wanted to do was use that as the sodium that was used as a reactor coolant from not only the Fast Floods test facility, but from other sites around the country is stored at the Fast Flux test facility. And it's several $1 million a year to maintain, and then eventually the plan is to build a facility to convert it to some sort of substance that can be put into the high-level waste melters. And I think there's a number of other surveillance and maintenance items out there that if they were taken, if we got a good close look at them, there might be a way to save some money and some time in the overall budget by addressing those sooner rather than later. And also addressing the cost of disposing of the sodium coolant, I think will have probably a wider influence on consideration of small modular reactors around the country if there's a good sense out there of what it takes to dispose of that coolant moderator once it's done with. So hopefully that'll stay in and serve as something for the public good at large, rather larger than Hanford. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Moving on to the B list, we got about 10 minutes left. The first item on here is the direct feed low activity waste, complete hot commissioning and transition. So what I'm hearing, Mia, is that you agree that that should be on the A list?
That's correct. WT-A, where it was before.
Okay. Any other comments on this particular item?
Not for me. I'm checking online.
Yeah, so if there's no objections, this one gets promoted to the A list.
Okay.
The next item on the B list was the Tisker waste, 650,000 gallons of Tisker waste. And what we're hearing is that that should be resolved, that issue should be resolved by 2026, and therefore would not, it would get dropped essentially. And then the next issue is one that probably this IM team doesn't have the time or bandwidth to really digest, and that is what is in shorthand is known as the grout issue, basically supplemental waste. What happens with that? And the agencies have not proposed a plan or made a determination. So the general feeling is it's kind of premature for at least this IM team to take any kind of a position on that issue. Any comments on that?
Chris? Oh, Joe, go ahead. We can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in there, but I just wanted, can we have a presentation on grout and kind of a technical presentation for the committee on grout? Learn more, get smart on grout?
And I think that's a question for your committee chairs, but not this particular subcommittee.
Okay. Okay.
We have requested that with Lindsay, and she has that as a task to try to make happen.
Correct. When the timing's right, we will bring this to the subcommittee, potentially the full board, because it does seem of interest to more than the tank committee or this committee.
Richard?
I guess my question is, why wouldn't it be appropriate to say it would be a priority in fiscal year 26 to make a decision on the grout? Not necessarily, I mean, the way it was worded is to decide, I'm saying just make a decision, because you know, not doing something costs a lot of money to keep grinding through this. So I think make a decision, fish or cut bait. And so that would be my suggestion, to remove this to A list, but make a decision, do something. Not just simply hold off because, well, we don't want gravel. Well, look, let's get it out there. And that's why the presentation, let's move forward with either doing it or not doing it and make a decision. So that would be my 2 bits.
As well as understanding the trade-offs with doing it or not doing it.
Right, because if we don't do grout,
you need another
what do we do with all the liquid?
You need another vent plant.
We need another vent plant. So we have to get into this.
So some of us on this particular subcommittee think that's a tank committee, a major issue that we can't digest and we can't address in the time frame we've got. The decision could be made in 24, 25. We don't know what the agencies are doing in this area.
Well, we can definitely look at changing that language in the IM team call next time.
Well, I would just say, change the language to make a decision, not necessarily say decide.
Right. That'll be an IM decision, yeah, but we'll talk about it there, for sure.
I think that the way that I see it is being framed, though, is that we've had the AOA, we've had the FRDC reports recommending the DOE certain paths to take. What we really need is a final study from DOE of what, and declaring what they're gonna do. That's kind of how I see it, because there's not a whole lot more information other than what is DOE gonna do with those 2 reports or those 2 approaches. And we'll see.
So do we have anything for the C list? What's missing?
So, well, Chris had his hand up in the queue, so Chris, let's read your comment also.
One approach we might take on this is if we go back 2 years ago, we had 2 advices that were put out. One advice was for DOE to develop a tank leak plan. And that was a specific advice that came out of then the Tank Waste Committee. And then we followed it up in the Budget and Contracts Committee using a lot of the same words as was in that tank leak plan advice to say, basically, we want this done by such and such a date, and as a priority. So the 2 things were matched. And I think we might consider that same approach here, is if we put a burden on the Tank Waste Committee to say, we want this and this and this in an advice that deals with supplemental waste or grout or non-grout or whatever, then I think we could follow that up in a maybe not this year, but in a future year on their advice and say, and we want this done by such and such a date. And that way you got technical advice coming out and a more budget-oriented or schedule advice coming out, and they'd meet. We don't have to recommend one or the other, but if it's make a decision, and we can say, do it by this date as a priority.
Okay, thanks, Chris. And I think that the discussion that we just had also applies to the next 2 items on the B list, the last 2 items, which deal with tank waste, AKA tanking.
Tom's comment was, is there a C list, and maybe we can come back and revisit this?
So yeah, we've gotten through everything, and instead of going rounds on grout, is there anything from LIDS or CaRM that is missing that needs to go on the C list for the IM team to think about? I put one in chat, but that's about characterization, but I think that we're talking about. Anything else? What's missing?
So the question you're asking is, in preparation for the IM team to meet, the committee see anything on this priorities list that needs, is there anything needs to be added? Is there anything missing from the proposal?
Yeah, what else should the IM team consider? We're doing this a little backwards than how we've done it in the past, where usually you brainstorm a committee and then go to the IM team. But because of the timing of this calendar, we're doing it this way. So if there's anything huge that LIDS or CaRM has missing from this, other than grout, because we know that has to get talked through.
Well, I guess my question is answered is, removal of interstitial liquid was part of the advice that the HAB gave to DOE as a response to, and so why is it on the B list? It's just simply not timely?
It's timely, I think, because I don't remember why that got taken off. Is it in the notes?
So the question is under under waste treatment, tank waste, the removal of liquid waste, including the interstitial liquids. Is this the item that we're on right now?
I'd suggest we talk about that tomorrow in tanks.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, why is it on the B list? Right.
Well, Richard, the short answer is it lacks specificity. We could have advice for 2026 that says clean up Hanford. Well, yeah, we all agree with that, but what specifically needs to happen in the calendar year 2026 with removing interstitial liquids? So this advice is focused on 2026. It's not open-ended like the previous tank leak advice, which kind of is telling or advising the agencies on a direction to take and how to do it. This has to be specific to 2026, a milestone or some activity that they can be answerable for.
I mean, the advice was to develop a system to not to remove it.
Yes, so if we think it's reasonable that should actually be done by or during 2026, great, it's in. If we can peg it to the calendar year.
Well, I mean, the response to LIDS was supposed to develop some sort of system.
And that's part of Rep 9 of the record permit, the leak plan, response plan. So yeah, I'm just looking at the clock because we only have an hour for lunch, and that's what I think about, and that's tanks.
Okay, yes, so wrap it up. Thank you very much for the discussion, and please submit any other thoughts in writing to the HAB facilitation team, and we'll take those under advisement at our next IM team meeting. Thank you.
I just wanted to step in really fast and provide a reminder. At the December board meeting, Brian Vance provided a few updates regarding the 324 project. And the very first one was DOE and EPA are agreed on the next steps to address the change conditions associated with the 324/300-296 project, including a regulatory path forward that includes public comment. So I just wanted to share, if folks weren't in the room or didn't hear him say that both EPA and DOE are committed to including public comment in any type of path forward.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. You did a good job.
Yeah, great.
And there will be an IM team meeting. I think it's the 24th.
23rd, I think.
23rd. So the IM team meeting has this on their calendar. Please submit any comments by January 15th, so those can be prepped in advance for that. And with that, we will go to mute online and reconvene in an hour for a presentation on TRU Waste.
So, all right, it's time. So everybody, welcome back to lunch. So the last agenda item in our joint meeting is a briefing on the TRU Waste Program. Kelly Ebert?
It's Ebert, yeah.
Ebert, okay, is going to be presenting for DOE. Welcome. And without further ado, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks. Okay, so I'm with the Richland Operations Office in our Projects and Facilities Division. I'm responsible for the transuranic waste program out on site at Hanford. And so I will go ahead and give you an overview today. Next slide. So the purpose of this briefing is to provide an overview, and I'm going to focus on what activities we're doing for treatment, certification, and shipment of contact handle transuranic waste that will be shipped to Carlsbad, New Mexico, beginning in 2028. So to start off the briefing, I just want to go ahead and go through the definition of transuranic waste. This is the waste streams that we'll be sending to WIP. So transuranic waste is mostly byproducts from weapons production. This is solid waste that can include anything from protective gear that the workers wear out there to tools, residue, debris, and other items. And so to be considered transuranic waste, each gram of waste has to contain more than 100 nanocuries of alpha-emitting isotopes, higher than uranium on the periodic table. And it also has to have a half-life greater than 20 years. So you'll often hear us talk about TRU mixed waste. And so TRU mixed waste is transuranic waste that has a hazardous constituent that's regulated by the Resource Conservation Recovery Act. Next slide. So where do we store this suspect TRU waste? And the reason I use the term suspect TRU is we have waste out at our central waste complex that needs to go through NDA, which is non-destructive assay, to determine whether or not it's considered transuranic waste. So here's a photo, an aerial view of the central waste complex. You'll see these white squares right here. These are our storage facilities where we store that waste. And then to the right there is the 200 West burial grounds. We have what's called retrievably stored waste. It's waste that's currently buried but will be retrieved as part of future campaigns. Next slide. So to give you an idea of what this waste looks like, the photo is on the left. That top photo is an example item that would need repackaging in order to meet the waste acceptance criteria at WIP. So the second photo, those are solid waste boxes. We also call them SWBs. So items are broken down and then placed into these solid waste boxes. And these particular boxes are ready to be certified and then shipped to WIP. And then the bottom left, that's a previous waste retrieval campaign that we had back in 2004. That was an area of the burial grounds where we went ahead and exposed, removed the dirt and then removed those containers and put them in storage at the central waste complex until we can send them off to WIP. So here are some statistics on the right-hand side here. So above ground contact handled waste, the amount of waste that we need to repackage, that's approximately 6,200 cubic meters. We have what we call ready to certify waste. So when I was showing you the photo of the solid waste boxes, those are boxes that are ready to be certified as an example, and there's approximately 3,850 cubic meters. This is approximately 376 shipments down to WIP with those containers when we do start up shipments again. For below ground retrievably stored waste, we expect to retrieve approximately 2,700 cubic meters that will need to be repackaged and then sent to WIP. And then more than 4,400 cubic meters of TRUM waste has already been shipped to WIP for disposal in past years. So the next slide, slide 6. For this presentation, I did not list all of the M91 related milestones. I kept it more at a summary level. just to highlight some of the dates and some of the activities that we're working on to support that right now. So we have what's called an M91 milestone series, and this is to complete the treatment of the mixed low level and RCRA TRU mixed waste. This is waste that was in above ground storage in the 2009 timeframe. And this waste is to be, all this waste is to be shipped by the 2050 date. So interim milestones are milestones that support that major milestone. So I highlighted a few here that we're currently working towards. One is to submit to Washington State Department of Ecology a 30% conceptual design report package. And this is for the capability to process CH waste containers on site at Hanford. So we're currently working that activity to meet the September 30th, 2024 deadline. We also have initiate contact handle certification activities by processing a TRU mixed waste container by September 30th, 2026. So we have plans in the works to bring the central characterization program on board to perform those activities for us. And then begin shipments of TRU mixed waste for disposal at WIP. Those shipments are to begin by September 30th of 2028. So in addition to interim milestones, we have what's called target milestones. So some of the ones that we're actively working right now include the certification or treatment of 280 cubic meters of waste and submitting basically a change control form we'll submit to Ecology to continue efforts in processing that waste. And that's by September 30th of this year. Next slide. All right, thank you. Current activities. So at the top, here's a couple photos that I want to highlight. These photos were taken at the local commercial repackaging facility, also known as Permafix. So that top left photo, that's a glove box there. At Permafix, they take the glove boxes and are able to size reduce those and then put them into a standard waste box. So on the right there, you can see a worker that's sorting through the debris to place into the standard waste box. So we'll continue to size reduce and repackage the waste at Permafix Northwest. And with a current goal of 280 cubic meters per year. So we'll continue that or exceed that number. So I do want to highlight from 2014 to present, we've actually repackaged more than 3,000 cubic meters of debris waste from these, from some of the retrieved large boxes. Those are the current waste streams that we're sending down to Permafix Northwest, some of our larger boxes that are currently being stored in our outside storage areas. Next slide. Okay, additional activities that we're performing. Earlier in this presentation, I mentioned that we need to perform non-destructive assay to determine whether or not the waste is considered to be true. So we're performing a campaign right now to take those measurements, and the goal here is to sort out any waste streams that would that are not true waste and would be considered low-level waste. So those waste streams would then get disposed of on site after they're treated. And then the bottom left-hand photo, that's called the high-energy real-time radiography. That can perform non-destructive examination or x-rays of waste to determine if there's any prohibited items. So currently, we are doing acceptable knowledge reviews. This is where the contractor is working to see what background information or process knowledge we have of the waste streams, and that's in preparation for the central characterization program's arrival, because they will take that information and use that as part of the basis they use to certify the waste in order to come to a conclusion that it will meet the waste acceptance criteria at WIP. And then we're refurbishing old and procuring new equipment for these certification activities when they are on board. So this includes both non-destructive assay and non-destructive examination type equipment like that photo at the bottom left. Next slide. Okay, so this is to highlight some of the near-term planned activities. So as I mentioned previously, we're currently working on the plans for the waste processing capability that's needed to essentially supplement the repackaging efforts that are going on at the commercial processing facility. We're also working on a shipping facility, and this will be used for loading TRU Pack 2s and half packs. So that photo on the bottom right there, that's the TRU Pack 2s. This is a previous shipment that we did back in the 2001 timeframe. And then we're preparing for the central characterization program and their arrival here on site. So as I mentioned, the goal here is to get shipments up and running again by the fiscal year 2028. So those are our current focus areas. And then there's a couple items I wanted to highlight here. So next slide. So what is Hanford doing to ensure TRU waste needs are communicated with WIP? I think this came up previously with the HAB. So we have bi-monthly, every 2-month meetings with the Carlsbad field office where we talk about what we're doing on our end to support activities to bring the CCP program on board so that we have what they need and they can operate. We also attend TRU user working group meetings. This is an annual meeting where across the complex we get together and discuss our individual challenges or lessons learned, what's worked well at the different sites. So here's a photo at the bottom of our user group meeting in 2022 that was in Savannah, Georgia. And then we also provide input to the 10-year WIP shipping plan. So WIP plans that far out, 10 years. So we're already, if we're shipping in 2028, we already have our numbers in to support that shipping plan. Next slide. All right, so Hanford continues to make progress at repackaging waste to meet the WIP acceptance criteria. So as I mentioned, we continue to send a continuous flow of waste streams to Perma-Fix, repackage them and receive them back. DOE is working closely with the central, with CPCCO or the Central Plateau Cleanup Company and the Central Characterization Program in preparation for establishing the TRU Waste Certification Program here on site. And Hanford is on track to begin shipments to WIC in the 2028. All right, that's my formal presentation.
Okay. Ryan, you or Eddie have any?
Yeah, I'll defer to Eddie Holbrook. He's our waste management section manager. Eddie, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I appreciate the presentation from Kelly. We're encouraged to see continued efforts to meet milestones associated with repackaging and certifying for WIP, so we really appreciate that. Ecology's priorities this year, on top of what Kelly had mentioned and actually mentioned in the presentation, is we're working closely with Kelly, DOE, and the contractor to prepare for permitting needs as required for the new contact handle facility and transportation facility that DOE has obligations to construct as part of the milestones. And we're also looking forward to engaging with DOE locally when it comes to some things coming out of Carlsbad related to the legacy true mixed waste plan that they have to develop. So I think those are two of our biggest priorities this year, outside of establishing new milestones for continued repackaging and preparing for WIP shipments.
Thank you. I know that TRU and N91 isn't necessarily EPA's realm, but Dave and Ian, do you want to Do you have a position for EPA to bring up?
Not really, just again, support the effort and, you know, one thing I've heard and I obviously do support is everything that the Department of Energy is doing to be ready early, just in case, you know, a miracle occurs and shipping space becomes available to us. I know there's very detailed planning and where Hanford sits on that timeline, but again, I have heard that Richland is trying to be ready to ship if they get a chance, and obviously I support that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and the perspectives. You want to jump into Q?
Sure, and you're gonna lead off, and I have Sue. After that, I will, and Mia, and then Chris and Richard, and then I'll check on mine. And Rob, thank you.
Okay, so I get to kick it off. Thank you again. That was informative. I have two questions. One, does the Carlsbad office and Richland office define volume the same? Because I know there was some question about what the volume inside width was and whether it included like the vermiculite packaging and stuff like that, or if it's just the true inside there, or you don't count the volume of the drum and the waste placement. Do you know if
I mean, we're focused on what volumes we're sending them,
Okay.
so not
So we,
what's
like,
received, what.
we can't say with certainty that Carlsbad's going to count that 3,600 cubic meters as 3,600 cubic meters. So it's not necessarily apples to apples, is that?
Waste is waste.
Yeah, they
in specific boxes, so they know what packaging it'll come in.
So that's the outside volume of the packaging then? Is that accurate?
I'll have to take this.
Okay, no, sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, how they does it.
Okay, that's a good question. And then the second one I had, which is N91 is absolutely important. There's other material that was disposed prior to 1970 that's not covered by N91 milestones. And that also needs to go with once it gets dug up. Is there a plan or a strategy or a quantification of that and how that fits into the shipping schedule and timelines for 10 years out?
So, I mean, we have milestones specific to the 2009, but we're gonna process waste as we have room available within the CH processing facility and then ship based on what WIP can, so we're focused on all of it.
Okay. So as we dig up new waste and it's not retrievably stored true, and it assays as true, even though it's disposed prior to 1970, that gets rolled into N91 somehow?
No, it won't get into N91, but we'll still have to, it'll still end up on the shipping projections.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Sue.
Yes, I'm gonna tag off with Dave's question because his comment a minute ago, because I had a similar question. In interest of risk reduction, what can be done to accelerate the schedule? And what do you have to do? What can we provide? What needs to be done to ship that stuff out of here before 2028 is,
So, I mean, we have a series of activities in preparing for the central characterization program. So we have like an agreement in place, but we also have to be the priority, right? So we're not the priority shipper right now. We have to have a certified program and all the necessary equipment. So I'm focused on getting the equipment and the activities that we're gonna need to do to actually have a certified program. And when that's in place, then we'll have the flexibility to, start shipping. So there's a series of activities that need to occur before that time.
So if I wrote you a check for $5 million.
Make it silly.
Okay. I'm just trying, from a process standpoint, we want the stuff off the site to reduce the risk as quickly as possible, knowing that, yes, there's other sites that are doing the same thing. But what could we What can be done to accelerate our program? If you were queen for the day.
I mean, we're working to all that stuff. Like I mentioned, we're working on the shipping facility. We're working on the conceptual design for the contact handle facility. All those activities we're currently working on to stand up this entire program, not just focused on, hey, here's one set of shipments. If I got CCP to come here early or send it somewhere else and they certify it with their program, that's not what we're doing. We're trying to stand up the whole program and be robust enough that we can start and maintain those shipments. So that's why we're working to all those activities at once.
Can I tag on to Susan? Is your schedule budget driven?
Is our schedule
Budget driven? You take that into consideration before you set dates?
I mean, we have a pretty steady budget, so we do that whole planning process. We have a federal baseline that does play.
Does that answer the questions? Maybe, is there anything that precludes you from working, from shipping faster than what is currently happening? Maybe that's the opposite side of the question. Are there any obstacles that prevent you from going faster?
Okay. I mean, so there's certain things like cybersecurity, so they have to, any type of equipment that has software in it, we have a new process, federally mandated process on how that is screened. So that just extends our procurement process. That's not something that will have any impact on or could reduce that. That's something we have to accept. So I'm not saying there's no challenges in this, we're just working through those individual challenges.
Thanks so much. Leah?
I'm curious how non-contact handled TRU waste fits into all of this. Is it in the M91 milestone? Is it a part? How does that fit in?
So if you look, we do have a fact sheet we sent out when we renegotiated the M91 milestones. It gives a full summary if you want to send it out to the group. But that includes a remote handled.
Can you give a brief,
So everything falls within that top level milestone that I talked about, that 2050 date. Mm-hmm. So the remote handled waste will fall within that time frame. I don't have a list of all the milestones in front of me.
Does that answer that?
That's an area of interest that can be a future briefing.
Chris?
I have two questions. What exactly is a central characterization program?
So Carlsbad Field Office has what's called a central characterization program. They have a staff of people, and their only job is to be sent out to the different sites and actually stand up a certification program and run it. So it's like a select group of people, that's all they do. And their job is to make sure that any waste that would be leaving here would meet the WIP waste acceptance criteria. So they'll be here and they're gonna observe the activities that our folks will be performing, like, the NDA activities, the NDE activities. They do the acceptable knowledge reviews. So we don't have our own people that perform that work. That's all organized through Carlsbad and the Central Characterization Program.
So, does that answer that? Go ahead, Chris.
So when we establish a TRU Waste certification program, do we, i.e. Hanford, actually establish that? Or does the Central Characterization Program personnel come on site and establish it for us?
they come on site and perform the activities needed for that. Because we'll have the equipment and everything, and they have certain things that they'll have to calibrate the equipment, make sure everything's up and running and meets their standards.
But we build the building, right? We built them a house, so they can come and do their job.
They'll have office space
Yeah.
and appropriate space out at Central Waste Complex for that.
Then are they the ones that, who says that our waste certification program is acceptable? Is that yet another independent agency that reviews it? Or does the central characterization program say, okay, we're set to go, we believe we have an acceptable program?
1 second. Judy, can you check to see if Mark French is online as an attendee?
Yes.
Okay, yes, Mark, you wanna?
Mark, that's EPA, right? EPA is the one who provides that says that we have a certified program.
Yeah, two parts of that. So New Mexico Environment Department, NMED, is actually the one who also does the certification. And then EPA actually, I think, has the final say.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the certification will actually be held by CCP. So they did that to, make it consistent across the complex. So they had problems with sites, each site trying to do something different. So they went to that to make it consistent across the complex and make the certification process more streamlined.
All right, I'm gonna just recap the queue here. We have Richard, Rob, Pam, Tom, and Simone. So Richard.
Historically, I've been playing with TRU Waste since 1995, when I went to Rocky Flats. I guess the first question I have is, we did ship in 2001. There was a certification plan. How much different is the current requirements than what was in place in 2021, other than nobody's left?
Well, WIP did update their WAC because of the events that occurred at WIP. So there are additional requirements there.
So it's off that event?
It's based off the WAC update, yeah.
Do you need the new building to start shipping?
No, the shipping facility or which building?
Shipping facility.
No, they have a mobile loading team. So we do have the ability to start that without the shipping facility.
Okay, priority of shipments, will it be based on grams or low hanging fruit? I mean, the easy ones go first, no matter how many grams are in it?
So they tell us what to ship them. So they'll review what waste inventory we have available for shipment, and then it's based on what else they're putting into the WIP.
We will have to prepare a certain group to give them a suggestion of what's available to ship. So, I mean, are we going to prioritize trying to get most of the grammage offsite?
So we have,
I mean, TRU Waste comes in 2 flavors.
Right.
Oh my God, and oh no, no. I've looked at the numbers. 95% of it is, oh my God.
So we have, what I mentioned is the already ready to be certified waste. So those will be the first shipments that are going off site. But also, as I mentioned at Permafix, we've been sending the large boxes that they can accept down there. So they have a gram limit for their license. And so we ship any of the large boxes that they can accept into their facility. So that's the waste that will be initially going to WIP.
Are we utilizing video of the repack to potentially address
Video of the what?
of the repacking activities, which at Permafix, to potentially address non-conformance by the, we call it RTR, the radiographic looking at it? Are we going to preserve that data? Are we built that into the Permafix contract to be able to?
I'd have to verify that. I don't know offhand.
I can answer that question.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so as part of the certification project, WIP has to do the RTR, those waste containers. So Permafix is not certified to do that. So they will be X-raying those containers when they do the actual certification of that waste.
Right, but the video of the packaging after they RTR can sometimes answer questions that come up with that RTR. That's what I was getting at. Were we going to capture the video to go with the package in this certification package, so to speak?
The video from where?
From Permafix.
I don't think Permafix videos that necessarily.
Well, we could ask, but anyway, going back in history, there were a number of SWBs that were non-qualified because of the vendor that went to Rocky Flats. I know we had a whole yard full of them. I don't know if Hanford has any of them that were packaged. So I just throw that out.
When you say not qualified, you mean it didn't meet the N2A1 standards, or what are you referring to?
The supplier was declared defunct. The supplier
The
is
previous supplier that we had?
Well, Rocky Flats bought them. I don't know if Hanford bought them, but there was a supplier that.
What time frame was that?
96, 97, I believe.
Yeah, because we did not start repackaging of that until 98, 99. And as you mentioned, the first shipment was in, I think, 2000. And most of the repackaging we did back then was into drums at the wrap facility. And then later on, once we got retrieval going, we started doing more repackaging over at T-Plant. And that was into some into SWBs also. But I don't remember that there was ever any issue with SWBs at the time that we had.
Okay, I just bring it up that Rocky Flats had about 150 defunct SWBs. We only filled 2. All right, thank you.
And one other question you asked about the difference between what we did back when we first certified the program back in 2000 and now. One of the big things that happened was, as folks are aware, is the whip fire. And so there's a lot of more requirements for a review of chemical compatibility. So as a lot of this is a lot of paperwork, so there's a lot more that goes into the AK packages. And there's actually, I think it's called a separate chemical compatibility review that's done as part of that certification process.
Well, there are a lot of lessons learned from various sites that might help you get on track when you get there.
Okay, we are to Rob and then Pam.
Hey, Kelly, thank you very much. I'm kind of a novice with the TRU Waste, but can you, I want to just ask you some things like, in your solid waste boxes ready for certification, how many cubic meters is in a box?
Oh, I don't remember that number off the top of my head.
I think it's 1.8 cubic meters.
Okay, almost 2 cubic meters, so we've got, oh boy, lots of containers here.
Yeah, we do.
So, it would be nice, well, one other question I have, with regards to the NDE facilities, okay, that you have here. Now, this will be NDE of already packaged waste.
Correct.
So what if it's off? What if it exceeds it? What would we be doing? Why would we not do that as we're packing them?
So,
Or is it, we already know
one
that?
thing is like Permafix doesn't do certain activities, like they don't do NDA. They also, like there's things that need to be NDE'd before they could be sent anywhere to repackage them, or we would repackage them on site. So we perform NDE, and then if there was something found with that contact handle processing capability we're bringing online, we would just into that facility in order to remove any prohibited items.
What is NDE?
Non-destructive examination, so X-ray. So just,
And so then your high energy real-time radiography, is that ability to measure isotopes?
No, the NDA is what measures the isotopes, the non-destructive assay.
Right, right.
The NDE is just an X-ray to see what items are in there.
Okay, okay. It would be nice if we could see a flow chart of that activity. So,
Certification activities?
well, yeah, just the big picture flow chart, maybe. I didn't want to pile work on, but that would be nice to piece it together. But thank you very much. This was a great presentation.
So Pam, we are to you if you want to unmute your mic and.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I missed the first couple of slides. Are you intending to use the RAP facility for analysis in this whole procedure?
So as right now we're doing an alternatives of analysis for the contact handle processing capability. And one of the alternatives in consideration is the reuse of RAP. The contractor has done some studies based on its current capabilities and the deferred maintenance associated with the facility. And at this time does not consider it to be the best option for moving forward with repackaging.
Well, as one of the people who advocated for the completion of that facility, it's a little heartbreaking, but I guess that's what it is. When we were shipping, there was some minimal assessment of barrels as they were being dug up. I think they checked the air or something in them. And I was a little scared that that wasn't thorough enough. Will you do that again? Will you dig up barrels and assess them in the burial ground, or are they going to have to go through a more rigorous analysis?
So we haven't done the in-depth planning yet for the next retrieval campaign, but at this time we would say that it's comparable to the last one.
Okay, and then my final question relates to shipping containers. So, I mean, there's only a certain number of them in the complex. Obviously, Idaho is at the head of the line, but I think they're making progress in getting theirs done. So, do you have confidence that shipping containers are going to be available when we're ready to ship?
So the shipping containers are, like on slide 9, the TruPack 2s and half packs, those are all owned by Carlsbad. So we'll be utilizing what they have.
Kind of a fingers crossed sort of a thing?
No, not a fingers crossed. They have a 10-year plan on what's going to be shipped. So they know it's just their responsibility is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mark, I saw your hand up. Did you want to provide a response?
No, I was going to respond to Pam's first question. You're correct. I mean, we would do the same screening technique we did at the burial grounds when we first did retrieval, where you do an X-ray and an assay, and maybe you do vent the drums by putting in what we call a nuke fill into that drum if it doesn't have one or it's not vented because it's corroded through. So we would use that same process, and that helps us not work on drums that are assayed and determined to be not TRU. You can put those aside and dispose of those and save the TRU certification for the ones that really need it.
Does that make sense, Pam?
Yes.
We have, okay, thank you. Tom and Simone.
So, Andy mentioned the Carlsbad stakeholder outreach meetings that were happening and how they're asking the different sites to define what legacy TRU is for their purposes for, I think, one of the panels of WIP. Where is that process? I mean, it's brand spanking new, so I'm assuming we don't have a definition of legacy TRU yet because nobody knew what legacy TRU was until last October. And it's not defined in the permit, but is there any work going on to work with Carlsbad and define what we think is legacy TRU And is that just gonna be N91, or is that gonna be N91 and the pre-1970 waste, or how do we, is there early thinking on that?
As far as I know, the discussions just kicked off on that, so I don't have any additional details to offer you at this point.
Okay. That's something we might consider advice on, so we can help out and be collaborative.
Legacy group. Okay.
Simone?
Hi, thank you. It seems like there's been a growing opposition in New Mexico to the expansion of WIP, and I was just wondering, are there any concerns about the purpose of the facility shifting over time and possibly before Hanford's ready to begin shipping?
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Are there just any concerns about the purpose of WIP shifting over time and possibly before Hanford is ready to begin our shipments of TRU Waste?
It's my understanding that the current permit is 2030 right now with New Mexico, so, and we're starting shipping in 28.
Okay.
So that's like the contractual, that's set, even if the purpose of WIP shifts? Is that what you're asking, Simone?
Yeah, so if that's at 2030, I don't know, have there just been any talks about that?
After 2030?
I mean, just in general. Yeah.
Is Eddie still on? Eddie's been following closely what New Mexico's plan is for permitting down there.
Yeah, this is Eddie Holbrook with Ecology again. I think we share your concern. Obviously, we know that the permit's good for 10 years, right? When it does come up for renewal again, the question that New Mexico might have for DOE is, do you have an accurate inventory? Have you identified what waste is going to come down here? As far as like concerns about the expansion of WIP, I think there's enough capacity at WIP already for the waste at Hanford. We look closely at that when some of these permit conditions had come up from New Mexico and have been issued in the current permit. So I don't think we have any concerns about expansion in particular, or the lack of expansion in particular. I think there's enough capacity. I think our concern lies with ensuring that our waste has been identified. There is a plan to get it down there. And if that plan has to be tied to, a 10-year permit, we will continue to advocate, as the permit renewal comes up for WIP, that there's still waste here at Hanford, that we have worked with DOE to, in a legally binding agreement for them to ship that down there. So I think right now, our biggest goal right now is to work with DOE locally and likely with Carlsbad and the HAB as well in regards to, ensuring that our voices are heard on the legacy TRU mixed waste plan that they're trying to develop right now. I think that's a really big goal for ecology this year. So I look forward to working with Kelly on that and others as well to ensure that, the waste here is accounted for.
All right, with that, we don't have anyone in queue. We're gonna do a final check. So a couple things, Rob, and then Tom, I want to check with people on the phone, either chat or raise your hand.
I put that fact sheet into the chat, so you'll see that in there.
Oh,
the M91 fact sheet from 2021.
Right here.
Yep.
So there's the fact sheet for people online, and it'll be in the meeting notes.
And Josh, you can also send that up to the committee as well after the meeting.
Rob.
So this is kind of a little different question, but we all talk about pre-70s TRU and post-70s TRU.
Mm-hmm.
It's always kind of come up when we talk about pre-70s TRU, nobody really knows where it's at or what it is or things like that. And I kind of always thought, well, that doesn't make sense. The question is where is on our site the pre-70s TRU, and why is it excluded from the other TRU. Do you know why the definition between those two levels of TRU, why we have that? Can't we receive?
So I have not heard of a delineation between pre-70, post-70. The milestone is written for 2009 waste. So Mark, do you have any knowledge of that?
Yeah, I guess the way I would put it, so transuranic waste as a category did not exist prior to 1970. That's when the AEC determined that indeed transuranic nuclides needed greater isolation from the environment. So technically there is no real pre-1970. If you dig up something that was buried prior to 1970, like with the 61810 burial ground, and then it's newly generated waste. But there's not a category of, this burial ground has pre-1970 waste in it, we're gonna go dig that up. We've done that with some of them like 61810 and will at 61811 in the future. But that's kind of how the differentiation is.
Yeah, okay. It kind of makes sense. It's just that we've always looked at it as pre and post, pre-TRU doesn't count.
Yep, no, understand.
Yeah.
So Eddie was talking about a little bit earlier, there was a information exchange from Carlsbad that happened in December, and somehow paths got crossed and it didn't get distributed to the board for invite, but Mia was there and said she would be willing to at least give an overview of some ideas of what happened. The video is available online. It's 90 minutes. It's worth watching. You can watch it on 2 times and then everybody talks to the past. It's fun. Just can you say a little bit about what Carlsbad was talking about and what this whole legacy means to Carlsbad? Is that, or do you want to do that later?
I mean, honestly, I didn't know what to expect going to this. It was called the WIP Information Exchange, and they did a short presentation and then basically opened it up, and it was an invitation for stakeholders from across the nation to respond to input and questions that Carlsbad put together. So some of them were, what do you consider legacy waste from your site? What additional questions should be considered in our data call to sites? And they had, 5 or 6 different questions that they wanted the stakeholders to respond to. And it's all coming out of the permit renegotiation and some activist groups in New Mexico asking for more engagement between DOE and stakeholders from across the nation about what's going on with TRU waste and WIP and the different sites in the EM complex. And so there were people on from Savannah River and from New Mexico, and they kind of raised concerns and shared information just about, not a lot of people answered specifically their questions. It was more raising issues with the process, I think, was my feeling. And how, for example, they reached out to the HAB, and yet the HAB never got the notice of this meeting.
I will say that it was a Monday meeting, and it came late on Thursday afternoon, so it was short notice. And it was not in the EM newsletter either, so it was very tight turn.
It was a Wednesday meeting. It was on December 13th.
Okay.
So Mia, my understanding is that the request came for the TRU Waste point of contact for the HAB, which was Tom Cecilia, and that the notification went to Tom. However, I don't know if it got lost in his.
It never got to me.
But your name was provided, so it sounds like there was like a miscommunication or some sort of issue on the other side. However, DOE Hanford did their due diligence to provide the point of contact as requested.
But why wouldn't it just go out to the whole HAB?
My understanding is that was not what the request that came in.
Okay.
Great. The recording is available. Yep. Everyone should watch it. There's another information exchange planned for June, July timeframe.
Yeah.
When that comes in to have at slam.net, please send me something from you, because Carlsbad's email didn't get to me, so obviously there's a disconnect there. I don't know whether they have my name spelled wrong or something. But it should really go to maybe even the ESC, not just one person, because that's how things break.
And just for, so everyone's aware of like their timeline of things, so they're going to do generator site consultations from December of 2023 through April 2024, hold a second with information exchange like the last one they had in December in June, July timeframe, as Tom just mentioned, compile data and prepare the plan from May to September. And then the public comment period on the plan will be November 3rd to January 2nd of 2025. So it's just the upcoming data points.
Thank you for that, Dave. I know you worked there on behalf of the HAB, but we value your expertise there, or knowledge at least. It's not something anyone's really an expert in, because nobody, so we alluded to this, but when New Mexico and Carlsbad agreed on the new permit, New Mexico issued the new permit, they are holding one of the panels at WIP for legacy TRU waste from the complex. But they haven't defined in the permit what legacy waste is. They're leaving that up to the sites. So everyone needs to report back to Carlsbad and say, hey, this is what we think legacy is, and this is our number. So that's where we'll collaborate, I think. Thank you. Anybody else in queue?
I don't see anybody else in queue. Double checking right now. No, I do not. Let me double. No, we're good.
We're ahead of schedule. Awesome.
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much for being here and willing to answer questions, and Eddie and Mark and Dave, everybody online. Yeah, it's been a really good conversation. Thank you. Do you want to break early and break often?
We're, do people want, I think we're about 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so just a little bit longer break. And let me double check the. Yeah, we're scheduled to break at 1:45 and reconvene at 2 o'clock. So do you want to just reconvene early or reconvene at 2 in case anybody's coming on?
We scheduled our briefers 15 minutes early, so if they get here early,
Okay.
at least from a DOE perspective, we can get started. I think Kate.
What if we move item 11 on the agenda up, since we just talked about TRU?
Okay.
Let's check in on the TRU advice. There's a couple copies that Josh printed out of our draft advice that we got sent back to committee in the August board meeting. It seems like it's still relevant, and especially with the legacy waste, it might be worth revisiting. So if anyone is interested in joining the IM team that wasn't on the first IM team, let me know, or Judy, and I'll sharpen the pencil and get some ideas from everybody who's wants to weigh in and figure out how to revise this to reflect the new permit that is now final. We're excited that WIP has a permit that is going to run while we're shipping. Okay, we're still ahead of time. Any ideas? Anyone want to volunteer? Just jump up and down and say, I want to be on the IM team. Nice. Yes, if you were on the IM team, you're by default still on it.
Tom, remind me, is there another IM meeting scheduled yet? Have you guys helped to schedule it?
I don't think we've scheduled one yet. The way the committee weeks break out, we've got March and April as the committee weeks. So my goal for the IM team would be to have something done and ready for the board to consider in the May board meeting. And that gets ahead of WIP's timeline, and everybody can, be ahead of schedule. But that gives us 2 more CaRM meetings. I think CaRM is meeting both of those months to talk through any changes to be made.
So we're gonna have an IM team later this month or?
Yeah, so I think we requested an IM team at some point, but, yeah, we'll do a doable with the old IM team, plus Rich.
Just set up the next meeting, right?
This question right here.
Right.
I'm sure. So Rob brings up that maybe you can answer one of the questions on the advice now. What happens to TRU or TRUM waste at the site if it's orphaned if WIP closes early?
So the National TRU program has to look at other options for repositories, so
Okay.
it's with their level, their responsibility.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and then the other one, I guess you already answered, which is, when your waste, it's going to that new complex,
The contact handle processing facility.
yeah,
Mhm.
so it'll be assayed as it comes off the equipment, basically, and go straight into that sort of new building that's being built or assessed.
Yeah, so, you're trying to distinguish between what's gonna happen in the burial grounds versus what's gonna happen in the new facility, or?
Right, and waste that isn't in burial grounds as well, just the non-M91 waste as well as the M91 waste, once it gets dug up, and it's ready to go through the TRU assay packaging process, is there, you know,
So there's two separate things going on. We have the certification program and they'll have their equipment. And that's separate from the work that we're doing in the CH processing facility.
okay. So if like a roll-on, roll-off box comes up on a Z9 crib excavation, that would go into this facility, get assayed.
No, we're not gonna be accepting roll-on, roll-offs. Those are only used to send stuff to ERDA.
Okay.
Full chart.
Yeah, well, check it out.
I'll look at,
Maybe we change that last section of the advice to, please make a flow chart for us.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
flow chart of certification activities, right?
Right.
That's the scope of it? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And Pam, I see you online. Did you want to add in?
I think I'm on the issue manager team, but Tom, please add me if I'm not.
Yeah, you're there. I'll say, it's me, Mia, Larry, Pam, Rob, and Steve Anderson. So it now includes Richard. All right. And Bob. Thank you for engaging and being involved, everybody. All right, now we're only 2 minutes early for break,
Now
so
we're ready.
we're good. And I appreciate,
Groundwater update at 2 o'clock.
I appreciate all the time.
Thank you, Kelly, for your briefing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. It's 2 o'clock. We're gonna get started on the CaRM only version part of the meeting. Thanks to LIDS for sitting in on the couple topics we shared, and you're welcome to stay and hang out and be part of the conversation, but we're CaRM only. All right, so we've got Mackenzie Fidesz from DOE to talk about the groundwater update, which is exciting.
Yeah, good morning, or not morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mackenzie Fidesz. I'm from the Department of Energy in the Richmond Operations Office for the Soil and Groundwater Division. I'm here to give you the groundwater update. Next slide. So the objective of the briefing today is to present the Hanford groundwater updates. What's being briefed is treatment accomplishments, process improvements, decision documents that have been approved, 100K area soil flushing, and well drilling. And the briefing is intended to be an informational update. Next slide. So far, in the history of groundwater, we've removed 680 tons of contaminants and treated 33 billion gallons of groundwater. And we annually treat more than 2.2 billion gallons of groundwater, and we've done so for the last 7 years in a row. This treatment is through our 6 pump and treat facilities. We have 5 in the river corridor and 1 in the central plateau. And the contaminants that are treated at those facilities is technetium-99, uranium, hexavalent chromium, carbon tetrachloride, and nitrate. Next slide.
Can everyone hear Mackenzie okay?
Oh yeah, let me know if I need to speak up. Next, we'll kind of go over our process improvements. The process improvements we got to talk about are both related to the 200 West Pump and Treat Facility. So I just wanted to go over briefly how the 200 Pump and Treat Facility works. So we have extraction wells that target groundwater plumes. We use those extraction wells to pull water out of the groundwater, or water out of the ground to send to our pump and treat facility. It's then sent to ion exchange trains where we target treatment of uranium and technetium-99. It's then sent to an air stripping tower, which targets treatment of the carbon tetrachloride. And then that treated water is then re-injected back into groundwater. So specifically for this process improvement, we are installing 2 new ion exchange trains at the pump and treat facility. So that's the treatment that targets uranium and technetium-99. The way ion exchange works is there are resins inside of the vessels. They work as a filter where they kind of bind or grab onto the contaminant as the water goes through the vessel. And in this photo, it's a little bit hard to see, but each of these trains has 3 vessels, and there's a lot of piping and valving. That's so that we can arrange the vessels in any order that we need to make sure that we effectively treat the water as it goes through these trains. But these 2 new trains will help expand our treatment capacity at the pump and treat facility. Next slide. Our other process improvement is in the future we'll be installing a 3rd air stripping tower at the pump and treat facility. So you can see in the left photo, it's a little bit difficult to see, but there are already 2 air stripping towers, but there's also space there for a 3rd. So we already have a 3rd air stripping tower in the right photo, kind of laid on its side, so it's ready to be installed at the facility. The way the air stripping tower works is we send the water from the ion exchange trains to the air stripper. And what we're doing in the air stripper is that we want to remove the volatile contaminant, so the carbon tetrachloride. It wants to become a gas. So the way we do that is by making sure we promote contact between the air and the water. So we have water coming in from the top of the air stripper and air coming in from the bottom. We actually have the vessel or the air stripper full of these plastic balls. So as the water flows over these, it increases the surface area of the water. So it will promote more treatment of that carbon tetrachloride coming out of the water. The air is then gathered at the top of the air stripper with the contamination in it, and it's sent to granulated activated carbon, where it kind of works as a filter as well. It grabs onto that contamination, and then the treated air is then sent through an elevated stack at the pump and treat facility. And then the treated water is gathered at the bottom of this air stripper, and then is sent to injection wells to be re-injected into the groundwater. So this also helps us improve our capacity and more gallons treated at the pump and treat facility as well. Next slide. So next we'll talk about the decision documents that have been approved. So since the last groundwater update, we have approved the 200 BP5, 200 P01 remedial design, remedial action work plan. So it implements a 2021 interim action decision and adds 2 new plume areas to the pump and treat remediation efforts. Previously, we were targeting just the B farm area, so now we've expanded, so it's B complex, C farm, and AAX farm. And for this action, we're targeting technetium-99 and uranium. These are mobile plumes, so we're targeting these plumes based off the risk assessment and the priority. And we take the water that's going to be extracted from these plumes and we treat them at the TRU West pump and treat facility, which we just talked about. Next slide. So next we're going to talk about the 100K area soil flushing. So on the left is the 100K west area soil flushing, and on the right is the 100 area K east soil flushing. So we have implemented soil flushing in areas of the K east and K west head houses where in the soil there's a residual source of contamination. So we have very low rainfall and recharge every year, so the contamination is kind of hung up in the soil. So we've been using soil flushing by applying water to the top of the, or near surface, and when the water is applied, it goes through the soil column and helps push that contamination into the groundwater. We have extraction wells that pull that contaminated groundwater out, and it's treated at one of our pump and treat facilities. So, and it also provides a capture zone, these extraction wells, to make sure that we grab all of the contaminated groundwater that's being pushed to the ground. The contaminant in this area is carbon or hexavalent chromium. And the soil flushing technology is used in the footprint of those K East and K West head houses where there's residual source. And this has sped up the groundwater remediation, so reducing time and cost. And we also measure the progress of our soil flushing through rebound studies where we turn off the soil flushing and give it some time. We monitor our wells weekly and see if there's any spikes in contamination to understand if we need to do more soil flushing, push more of that contamination, or if we fully flushed out all the contamination. Next slide. So for well drilling and sampling in 2022, we installed 7 additional extraction wells, 21 additional monitoring wells, and we sampled 1,268 wells. So that photo on the right there is a Pago tool drilling rig. The other technologies we use at the site for drilling is sonic drilling and air rotary. And then on the left photo is a photo of a worker performing sampling. So we've collected more than 25,000 samples for soil and groundwater contamination evaluation. So that's samples that are taken from monitoring wells, and then also from during drilling, we also take samples. Next slide. So a summary and the key takeaways. Great strides are being taken to develop and implement remedy decisions across the Hanford site. Process improvements help drive us towards progress and removal of groundwater contaminants and help us achieve our cleanup goals. Soil flushing has proven to be very effective at the 100K area, and overall our goal has been protection of the Columbia River.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions?
We're going to have agents, regulatory agency perspectives first, and then we'll do questions after that. So we did ecology first last time. Let's go EPA. Are you still on?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you all hear me okay? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. That's Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
It's me. Hello. Thank you. It sounds like you guys can hear me, so I'll get to the point. We're really glad to see what's up? Sounds like I got an echo.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to say that we're really glad to see the expansion of the pump and treat facility. The idea that airstripper coming up soon is going to help in increasing our flow through the facility. And now that lead leg and polish train, the extra trains have been that they've been installing will do the same. It's really exciting. You know, that pump and treat facility has been a straight A student from the get-go on site, and we're really glad to see it doing such a great job. All I can say is that the soil and groundwater group work really closely with us. They're a great group of people, and we're just looking forward to meeting some of our goals. We've got some other things happening here in the next couple of years, and I'm excited to see the path forward here. So that's what I got.
Ryan, who's talking briefly?
Yeah, I see we got Beth online. Beth is our cleanup section manager. For those who haven't had a chance to meet her yet, she started in her position last year.
Oh.
And we also have Kim also in the audience. Sorry, Kim, I didn't see you walk in. So I'm not sure if Beth wants to go or Kim. Kim, do you want to go?
Well, I wanted to echo what Jeff said. It's great that pump and treat in TRU West is working wonderful, and they're expanding so their capacity can get bigger. The one question I have though is why we don't have anything on 100 D&H. Because D&H also has a pump and treat system. They're going through a number of rebound studies to test the different areas within the Harn area and seeing how effective that system is working, but I don't see any numbers or any information here. And So I was kind of curious why that was omitted.
So I guess I'll just take a crack at that. So Jim Hansen with Department of Energy. And I know that you've been doing a series, I don't know if Elwood is on.
I'm here.
I don't think Elwood.
I'm here, Jim.
All right, so Elwood, I was just gonna take a crack at it and say, I think the reason that there's no write-up associated with the rebound studies is because they've been doing a phased approach to the rebound studies. And so I don't believe they've done the evaluations or have the reports associated with the rebound studies all completed yet.
Yeah, and there's one more that I think that that's still out there. We're waiting for that sixth one to come over.
Okay, but I think after all of that information is compiled, I believe that's probably when we'll roll out the information associated with it. Is that close enough, Elwood?
That's close enough, Jim. We do have results in from the H North rebound study, and we had one well out there that showed high contamination. So that's a candidate for further discussion with ecology and EPA in the future. But we wanted to focus on 100K because that's where we're doing soil flushing, and we're seeing good results there. What I was going to add to the K West soil flushing is that we are seeing a increase in concentration at one particular extraction well that was in the middle of the soil flushing gallery area. And so we'll be looking at doing one final flush in that area. And then with respect to what's going on in HR3, we will also be looking at completing 5 other rebound studies out there. We're currently have D South, which is the area that had the 100D100 and D3104 waste site excavations that were performed several years ago with high hexavalent chrome contamination. So that's an ongoing, and next time around we'll go ahead and report on that and the findings.
So you would think next fall would be an appropriate time for that?
It would probably be a bit better time for that, yes.
Is there anything else, Ken?
No, I think that's it. The system's working well, so appreciate, all you guys' efforts in support of that. And we're doing the best we can to, support all those reviews and get them back in the time.
Thanks, Ken. And Beth, I just want to check online. Did you have anything to add to what Ken said?
No, that's good.
Thanks, Beth.
All right, so for discussion, Tom, Chris, and Dan.
Thank you again for the conversation and the presentation. I had a couple questions on the 200 West Pump and Treat, and specifically it's my understanding that the tech ion exchange columns go to ERDIF when they're spent. Do we have an idea of how much tech we're anticipating to pull out of groundwater, technetium-99, we're anticipating to pull out of groundwater over the life of Pump and Treat, and if that's going to below ERDIF's waste acceptance criteria for the amount of tech ERDIF can take, or if that has been thought of.
So I guess the answer for you is we don't have those numbers off the top of our head.
Sure.
We can get back with you on that and figure out what that life cycle estimate is associated with for Tech 99.
That'd be great. And the second question is, what type of sampling regime happens after it goes through the air stripper? How frequently do you do like compliance samples to make sure you're clean before you re-inject?
What was the first part of the question again?
What's the sampling regime? How often do you make sure, do you sample before you re-inject to make sure it's effectively clean?
Okay, so the waste stream, the effluent, is a continuous feed. It's feeding at 2,500 gallons per minute. So what we've done over the years is that we've done composite sampling, the effluent associated with what's going out. So we've done a number of studies in terms of comparison, looking at multiple samples throughout the day and taking composites And then, so we continue that process associated with taking composites. And then we would take samples of those composites like every 30 days. I believe we're at quarterly sampling currently. And so, it actually might be monthly sampling. It's still monthly sampling associated with each of the constituents.
Thanks, that's something that gets lost sometimes. We're talking about re-injecting, and it's good to know that there is like periodic sampling to make sure everything's working right.
And the quarterly sampling, my apologies, that's on the influence side of the, as to what comes into the pump and treat facility. So is that?
Absolutely, thank you.
All right.
All right, so over to Chris.
You mentioned 1,268 wells sampled. Is that number more or less constant over the past 2 years? Is it gradually increasing, gradually decreasing? You know?
I think it's staying approximately the same. We've lost some wells due to some going dry over time because the water table continues to decline over time back to pre-Hanford conditions. But then again, what we've done is we've gone through and we've replaced wells, new extraction wells, new monitoring wells. And so it's probably pretty similar in terms of what we lose in terms of wells that aren't able to be sampled any longer versus the wells that we're putting back into commission.
Thanks.
Dan?
Very interesting work. What is the decontamination factor for some of these grading inputs, in particular for Tech 99?
Decontamination factor.
That's the ratio of the concentration before divided by the concentration after treatment.
For what application do you mean?
Well, so you're pumping contaminated water up.
Yeah.
What's the concentration in that compared with the concentration in the water that you've treated?
I believe we are at like 99, 98%
For Tech.
for Tech.
Okay, and have you made measurements of iodine 129?
For iodine 129, there is no, how do I want to say this? There isn't an efficient treatment methodology for iodine 129. We are getting some uptake on some of the resins that are going through, and so we get a partial credit, for lack of a better word, for some form of treatment of iodine 129, but we really don't have a technology by which to resolve the issue with iodine 129. So what we do is there's limited locations that we are pumping iodine 129, and that iodine 129, because we are, and that's a smaller volume of material. So our only treatment method is to mix it or blend it with the other, say 2,000 gallons per minute or of material that's either clean. So by the time it gets to the effluent side of the treatment system, we are meeting the 1 picocurie per liter effluent criteria associated with reinjection of the material back into the aquifer. So no treatment is what we're really saying, but we are doing a blending so that we aren't putting that higher concentration material back into the aquifer.
Well, can you help me understand by comparison with the 1 picocurie level for I-129, what's the level for Tech 99?
The cleanup level?
Well, both the E and F.
Cleanup level for Tech 99 is 900 picocuries per liter.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so the thing I'm thinking about is it would be very difficult to measure iodine in the presence of that much Tech.
Yes, and our laboratories, we have very stringent controls in our laboratories for meeting that criteria.
Okay, and of course there are technologies that are very effective for removing iodine, but they're not feasible at your scale. I mean, activated carbon is very sticky for iodine, and silver zeolite is a one-way trip. So if you really want to remove iodine, quantitatively, silver seal, of course, is not affordable on an industrial scale, but there are technologies that are very effective.
Who's next in queue?
I don't have anyone next in queue. Steve, Neil, and Susan.
I'm just curious, you said that the aquifers are lowering to levels similar to before Hanford, and I'm just wondering, what kind of changes have you seen in the aquifers over time then, and are they truly getting smaller?
Pre-Hanford conditions, if I recall, I mean, water levels were closer to maybe 30 meters higher than they were for pre-Hanford conditions. I mean, we brought a lot of water in, processed it, and discharged it back to the Beta zone, and that raised the level of the water table within the Central Plateau. And so now that we've ceased operations, I mean, in terms of Hanford plutonium production operations, we don't have that practice of putting that water back into the aquifer. So we're not pulling it off, putting it back in. And so through time now, the system is equilibrating. And I think I want to say in the Central Plateau, we're within, in a couple of locations, we're within a meter or so of pre-Hanford conditions in terms of the water table. So that'll continue to fall. Of course, we're also impacting the water table currently because, like I said, we're pumping out 2,500 gallons per minute out of the center in the 200 west area. And then we're re-injecting both in the down gradient in the eastern towards the 200 east area, and then back up gradient on the western side of the 200 west area. And so, you know, we're sucking out of the middle, which is causing a cone of depression in the center of the site. But then we're mounting it on both ends, and we're causing the flow and the migration of clean water through the aquifer back to the center where we're extracting, and that's where we're continuing to make progress associated with using that gradient to speed up the cleanup of the groundwater in the Central Plateau. Did that make?
Yeah. And it's also preventing the spread of contamination.
Correct.
Beyond that area too.
Yeah.
Mia, Susan, and Rob?
Yeah, I was wondering if you could go more into the rebound studies and talk about kind of how you decide when to do them and how long they go on for and what the kind of area is that you're looking at for one of these studies. And then do you do multiple rebound studies periodically, or you do one and then that's it? How does it work?
I'll let Elwood answer that question. He's going through that quite a bit.
So what we do at the rebound studies is we'll allow the pump and treats to run until they draw down the contamination to, in the 100K area, for example, it was at 20 parts per billion. And then we will shut it off. And we did a rebound study for K West back in 2016 to 2017. And we saw a spike in concentrations above 400 parts per billion. So we decided to put together a soil flushing treatability test plan and executed that in the K West area. And we were able to drive out additional contamination and recover it through extraction wells down gradient and remove it. What we are seeing, we have been in a rebound study configuration at K West for the past couple of years, started back in June 2021. And we found that in 2021 to 2022, that year, we saw a mild increase in hexavalent contamination at well K205 or no, K240. I can't remember the exact well, but it's the well that's located in the middle of the extraction well field, or extraction well located in the middle of the soil flushing gallery. And then last year we saw an additional increase in hex chrome contamination in that same well. But the monitoring wells that were upgraded and downgraded from that well show the contamination levels at 10 or below. So that's the target that we're shooting for when we do soil flushing. But we know that because of the spike in the contamination we saw at the extraction well, we're going to have to go in there and do one more flush. So what we have going on with HR3 is rebound studies in 6 different areas. And we know that we're probably going to see something over there in the D South area, which is the location of the 100, D100, and D3104 waste sites. And that will require us to go and talk to ecology about putting in an ESD to implement soil flushing, or maybe do a soil flushing treatability test in that area, since there's already a final ROD that's been issued. And then the idea behind rebound studies and soil flushing is that we will do a soil flush, and then we execute a rebound study that could take up to a year, maybe a little longer. And then if it comes back with contamination levels at a target amount of 20 or less, then we would call it good. If it comes back as higher than that, then we will go back in and go do an additional soil flushing until we hit the target cleanup level for the hex chrome contamination in that area. Did that help?
Yeah, I just have one clarifying question. So from the time that you shut off the pump and treat till when you see the possible spike in contamination, how long is that time period?
Well, we do our rebound studies for at least a year, but it's really dependent on river stage levels. So we have a high river stage, low river stage, and somewhere in between. But when we're doing rebound studies, we're collecting samples on a monthly basis. In some instances, we could be collecting samples every 2 weeks. But we normally expect to see some kind of response. If there's going to be one, it would be just, within 2 to 4, maybe 6 weeks past the high river stage. If there's something still in the Vado zone, in the what we call the periodically rewetted zone, we should see something coming down.
Okay, thanks so much. That's very helpful.
You're welcome.
Susan?
Mackenzie, thank you. Very positive presentation. I know this program's been around for a really long time, but it's still great to see good work and successful work being done. But I've got a question. Knowing that we know a lot of stuff and we're constantly finding stuff, encountering stuff, what challenges have you encountered that you did not anticipate?
Good question. I've only been with the Department of Energy for about a year.
Okay.
So I maybe don't know as much as maybe my other counterparts do about.
Take track.
Yeah. So I know there might be a few that were here last fall, but I gave a presentation on an optimization study we're doing in the 200 or the Central Plateau region at the Northwest Pumpkin Tree. And that is part of one of the challenges that we found is that originally when we did the record of decision for our DP1 operable unit, which is where the pump to Northwest Pumpkin Tree came into being, part of that remedy, the studies that they looked at were carbon tetrachloride. It had a natural degradation half-life, so what we would expect in the ground over time for it to just degrade naturally to be about 41, 42 years. And so they based all of the cleanup timeframes on the carbon tetrachloride and the pump and treat lifetime on those numbers. And that's the best available information we had at that time. After the ROD was signed, a study was done by PNNL that looked closely at the carbon tetrachloride degradation to make sure that that was the real number and to just get a better understanding of how long it would take. They did Hanford specific conditions, so the pH and the temperature that we're seeing in the groundwater. And that number came out to be 630 years. So that
definitely, kind of threw a little wrench in the original plan. What we did is we wanted to get a jump on it. We wanted to, and we were pretty adamant too of really looking at our data as it comes in every year and really analyzing to see if there's any challenges like this that pop up. Because we don't want to wait till the end of the life cycle of the plant and go, oh, there's a problem, when it's something we could have taken care of years prior and wouldn't have to continue on longer than what we would have to do. And so what we're doing with this optimization study is we're upping our extraction, so that's with the new air stripper, that's with these new ion exchangers too to help with capacity. And that's to start extracting more carbon tetrachloride. And we want to get more data back when we up these flow rates to see how long we actually do need to pump because of those numbers being so different. We're also looking at if there's any other biological mechanism that can help break down carbon tetrachloride too. That's something that wasn't looked at in the original study. So we're kind of trying to hone in exactly, what we're looking at. But what we're doing is trying to be very proactive and making sure that we can still clean this up as efficiently and as timely as possible. And so we don't have the final numbers, we don't have the final conclusion yet. The study is still ongoing for a few more years. And that's something we can definitely bring in the future forward as an update and everything. But right now, as of right now, we don't have enough information to give an update. It's pretty similar to what it was last year because we're still waiting. But that is an example of a challenge that we weren't expecting. And so we really wanted to make sure that we were really getting a jump on it so that we can keep a problem from growing.
So just keep talking about, we wanted to get ahead of the issue. And so that is what we're doing with that air stripper. So we'll be going from like 2,500 gallons per minute currently, which is the approximate throughput of the system. And with the new air stripper, we're going to get another 1,250 gallons per minute. So you're going to be up to 3,750 gallons per minute in terms of process capability. So, we are throwing, because it's going to take it, we lost that ability to do that monitored natural attenuation because we're not getting the degradation of the carbon tetrachloride, which means that we're going to have to pump more, and we're going to have to pump longer. So we needed to be proactive to get that additional capacity.
Rob?
Hi, good presentation. The technical staff, it's great. I would like to talk and address the secondary waste from this process. For example, you've got your columns, you're regenerating them, I take it, regenerating the columns, the resins?
No.
You're taking resins and then, are you grouting those? Or are you sending them to a site to be grouted? In what form though? Because, resins are flammable, or they have some fire issues, especially in nuclear stations that we're all concerned about. So that's one of the examples of the secondary waste from your process. So could you describe that a little bit?
So the resins currently for both uranium and for Tech 99, before they are shipped to Earth, they go through a process to ensure that they meet the Earth standards for acceptance. And so they go through a TFIT process in terms of a leaching characteristics process, and we don't ship things over there unless it passes the acceptance criteria for Earth. So the material does not get regenerated. It goes directly to the Earth facility for disposition.
And the resin is organic?
Pardon?
The resin's organic?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
What about your activated carbon in your strippers?
That goes,
that gets sent down to Arizona for regeneration. So the granulated activated carbon in our, after the air strippers, after the carbon tetrachloride is processed through the air strippers, it's captured on the granulated activated carbon. We ship those containers down to Arizona for regeneration. So that waste so then we get them back clean and just kind of keep cycling through that. So those do not go to Arizona.
so we do get the same canisters back that we ship.
Are there others?
Well, just a question. Have you ever measured the iodine 129 content of that carbon before you ship it to Arizona? Because iodine goes in there and it's not gonna come out with activated carbon.
Yeah.
Is that stripping done at room temperature or is it elevated?
I don't have the specifics.
Okay, well, carbon, the colder it gets, the more effective carbon is, the colder it gets. And the way you regenerate activated carbon is with steam, 250 degrees Fahrenheit. That'll drive off all the iodine. But if it's room temperature, it's really sticky. Yeah, it'd be fun, get some grad student to measure your activated carbon.
If you could teach this project, is that what you're saying?
I'm a recovering college professor. My son's going to get a grad student to do it.
Last call for questions? All right? Okay. Thank you so much. This is like, I think, one of the greatest success stories of the site, and you guys don't get enough praise, and thank you for keeping the Columbia safe and removing nasty stuff from the groundwater. It's really important.
Just a perspective. The reference person, we used to call it reference man, it's now reference from LIDS, for radiation protection, consumes 1.4 liters of water per day. And at 1 picocurie per liter of iodine 129, if you got all your water with that in it, all your drinking water, you'd get 0.2 milligrams per year, which is what we all got from natural background in about 5 hours sitting in this meeting. This is what, we're all exposed to radiation from natural sources, which is 311 milligrams a year for the average American. And so from 1 picocurie per liter, if that was your only source of drinking water, you get 0.2 milligrams.
So you're an advocate for raising the level? Is that what I think?
Well, from a public health standpoint, treating that small a risk is utter money, and I would argue even immoral to spend money on a trivial risk because we have outdated standards and ill-informed. So,
You want to get a regulatory perspective on that, Jeff?
yeah, sure. Well, I mean, the regulators don't make these rules.
Right.
It's funny.
The last rule we got was Federal Guidance Report 11 from 1987.
Can we say no comment? Is that an option?
Yes.
I will say
Right.
one other thing. In May, I will be going to Washington, D.C. to review the new radionuclide carcinogenic risk coefficients, or cancer risk coefficients, for the EPA Science Advisory Board. I'm one of 17 people on that committee. And so we're going to have our new 21st century standards. However, DOE is using the standards that are based on ancient, like 50-year-old.
We've been trying to have people look at different standards.
Yeah.
Because we all see for Tech 99 as well as iodine 129, there would be bringing the risk element associated with it would be a good thing for us and probably save a few bucks on the site.
But, I mean, if you cared about public health, you'd spend that money on women and infant children.
It does raise a follow-up question though, is if the drinking water standard were to be changed, what's the process for amending the record of decision? Would that be during the CERCLA 5-year review? I'm looking at you again, Jeff.
So it's a good question. It would be exhaustive, right? Like it would take some time. It's a good question, and we're looking at other ways of how to address the iodine 129 issue. And from a surplus space standpoint, we have some other things that we have to finish this optimization study that we're looking at. You know, and if we go in the direction of something like a waiver for iodine 129 or something, it's going to have to be attached to a decision document. And so it's something that we're looking at, and we've got some time to think about it, and you know, onward and upward, as they say.
We look forward to getting that presentation someday in the distant future.
Right on.
Okay. Have we talked ourselves out for a moment?
Potentially.
Thank you so much again for your willingness to engage in the conversation. Both you and Jeff and Kim.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we are at a weird spot in the agenda now because it's time we normally would be checking on TRU and then taking a break. Do we want to just plow through for open forum and committee business and not take a break? Any objections?
Maybe just let them have a minute to
absolutely.
step out.
Thank you again, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
Good job on the presentation, and thanks for having us, by the way.
You appreciate it. So now is the time of the day where we're having open forums, which means if you have a soapbox that you want to talk about, stand on it and start talking. We'll have a queue going, anything that's of your interest, things that you might want to think about next year, things that you read in the news and you just want to talk about. They can be related to the CaRM, but they don't have to be. Sometimes we have issue manager teams form out of open forums, sometimes we don't. This is the open space to talk about things that aren't necessarily on the work plan or the agenda, just what's on your mind.
Well, there's something that hit us on our priorities that when we looked at the list, is that with 324 building and the issues with that, I know there's been some talk and suggestions that they add monitoring wells down towards the river from the building and determine if we're getting any excess, what we're getting. And so I don't know, I was in one of the priorities that lists that we had, that they were very concerned with the 324.
I believe there's 1.5 wells in between 324.
1.5 wells.
Yeah. Because with the different stages, sometimes the flow can get a little tricky, so it's downgraded half the time. Is that right?
Well, pretty much. They're basically, depending upon what map you look at, the best well they blew up back in 2000, which was kind of strange, because there was one that was just perfectly sited away from the building, right in the main downstream direction, down gradient direction. But with that said, they are putting in two wells in 24, 25, and Department of Health is very interested in getting involved with the sampling process from those, because, and they're down gradient, they're between the building and the river, and we'll be right there.
Yeah, good to know. Yeah.
How far off the building will they be?
I don't know, I haven't seen the actual site.
Far enough to be safe.
Yeah, well, you
Close
want
enough
it
to be accurate.
You want it to be deep enough to be real,
Yeah.
right? You want it to be positioned such that you take advantage of the natural groundwater flow, because that's what we're going to deal with. And when you look at the hydrogeology of the site, there's some places where it's just weird as to be. And as we get closer to the river, you know, on some parts of the site, it looks like you're looking at a mountain because the slope of the groundwater is so steep. But then pretty much once you hit 200 east, it really starts to flatten out and then move broader more towards the the general east direction. But it's so, you are literally, the distance between the contour lines, just like, how does this even move? Because it's so, not, the slope is very shallow. And we've been concerned about it for years. We actually made a comment in the circle meeting, the UNM, kind of unit managers meeting, got some people excited, caused, 47,000 heart rates to go up on site, and just turned out we were asking that we wanted to be involved when we put new wells in. And so we'll be getting probably minimum of 2, hopefully 4 samples from that well each year. And then it'll be nice to talk about it on.
And we already have monitoring above that point for the uranium plumes. Right. Okay.
In the past, there had been a strontium hit in an upgradient well at 324. So, but I don't think we sample the upgradient well as a regular practice.
No, we don't. Department of Health does not.
Yeah.
We try to, we only have a certain amount of funding available, so we try to make it, if we're sampling groundwater, we want it to be down gradient of a facility that is operating. Or we're very interested in the area between Purex and WTP and B plant and, A and B farms. We have several wells that we split sample with in that area. So, but again, it's like, if we go up gradient and say, hey, it's clean, well, you might be expecting it to be clean, right? But while verifying a 0 is always good, right? Again, our funding is such that we want to put our position, take our samples where we have a good chance of seeing something. If we don't see something, that means, geez, I guess the radiation protection is working the way it's supposed to, right? If we do see something, we inform the Department of Energy that this is what we saw, and we compare our laboratory analyses with their analyses. We go through a function of, hey, I guess we need to continue to look at them. So, long story, sorry, Rob.
No.
People shouldn't pull my strings. Let me pull my strings.
That's what open forum's for.
And we have Ryan Q.
This is related but not related, but I want to get my soapbox anyway, Tom. We started our public involvement survey last week, the Ecology did, which is on behalf of all 3 agencies, which we do every year, but if you can please take the survey or reach out to your constituencies and folks, and we want to hear from people that have participated in Hanford, communications, public involvement, people that haven't, because we're trying to figure out how to reach those people. So really, we're just trying to hear from as many people as we can. And if you have suggestions on public involvement topics, it's a great avenue to offer those suggestions as well for communications. So there's my tie-in, Tom.
Needs to be no tie-in. You can talk about the weather, but yeah. Go ahead.
So I can tie into that just a little bit. I'm an at-large member, so I don't represent a group, but basically the communities around where I live. And not enough people know enough about Hanford, but they care very much about the river because that's how they're making their living in my area. It's mostly fishing and commercial fishing. And so when somebody in the newspaper or on the radio or person to person talks about leaking tanks of Hanford or the 324 building, it really pretty much puts some people into a tizzy. And there's no relief for them. They don't know how to address the issue and get a response. I don't think they want anything but a positive response, but they don't seem to get that. And I don't think that DOE or HAB or maybe Ecology, I don't know, are doing enough to regularly report to people that, yeah, Hanford's here, yeah, we're working on it, yeah, it's going slow. I mean, the nuts and bolts of the thing. The little article about the Hanford proposed budget, was only in the papers here because it affects here the most. It didn't make our little paper. And so I would like to think about communicating with the public of Washington, Oregon, a little more about what we do, and maybe get it into some of these recommendations to DOE.
So that's a really good point and a conversation that frequently comes up. How do we reach the people who aren't being reached? Obviously, we're trying to reach people, but we're not effective 100% of the time. And the committee tomorrow, the COE, is all about trying to find what venues and methods are most effective at communicating and getting people informed. But yeah, that's always the struggle, right? How much of your budget do you spend on glossy fact sheets and news and fake news shows, or, you know?
It's hard. I don't doubt that.
We always toyed with the idea of doing like a web series with like Muppets, not Muppets, because you can't do Muppets anymore. Just like a really approachable, what's Hanford, and it's a pipe dream, but it probably won't happen. There's been talk of, you know, books and is there a Hanford book list that we can distribute and say, hey, if you want to know about it, here's what we have.
I think I'll add to that I think there's a lot of really good things going on at the site now. I mean, DOE is making impressive progress on all kinds of things. And yet, we all talk about the problem, you know. But
the first thing people talk about in my community is, well, the 324 building is gonna make our salmon unedible. You know, and that's all we hear for weeks and weeks at a time, and it's not right. But on the other hand, they've got a legitimate concern. I mentioned this morning, you know, earthquake splitting one of those tanks and dumping 1 million gallons of waste on the ground. That would measure, you know, along the entire length of the river after about 10 years.
Perceived risk is important.
Yeah, yeah. And so I don't know what we can do, but if we could get it up to 1% of the population that knows what we're talking about, that would be a great accomplishment.
And that's a funny thing, because one of the things on our work plan is a joint topic with COE on how to communicate risk, and how DOE defines risk. So that would be an advice that we've been asked to write. So it sounds like that might be something you would be interested in working.
The IM team has got that in their check. Oh, yeah, exactly.
So not this meeting, we're not gonna start that, but maybe, watch this space, yeah.
You know, there's another aspect of it too. The tools are out there, publicly available for anybody in the public to go in and find out for themselves exactly if anything is negative is being found emanating from, for example, from the 324 building. Now, the public isn't going to do that. You know, everybody's not going to do that. But it'd be easy to teach a few people how to use these tools, which are available on Hanford.gov. And it's easy to go in and say, these wells surround the 324 building, and go to another tool, and it's very easy to see what results have been found, for example, for cesium or strontium, that are sampled from these wells a number of times during the year. And since there's non-detects on all of them, there's really no risk right now of anything for cesium or strontium, for example, that are leaking into the river. These kind of tools are publicly available, and DOE has spent a fair bit of money making them publicly available. But you gotta know how to use them, you gotta know how they're there, and not everybody's gonna do it. So I think the question is, how can people, maybe key people in certain communities, can we teach those people how to use those tools and let them talk to their neighbors and friends, or show their neighbors and friends how to use them? It's not difficult, you just have to know how to do it.
Actually, I was thinking about sending Ryan to his
Right,
community.
that's what I'm saying, so,
And
yeah.
have invite, and do it like they do coffee with the cops.
Yeah.
Do a coffee with Ryan.
Ryan and Jeff, gotta send Jeff too.
Right.
The dynamic duo.
Exactly.
So, I was gonna say that if you're in Washington, have them call Ryan. And if you're in Oregon, have them call me, and that's like, there's people whose job it is to explain Hanford to people who don't necessarily know Hanford.
Yeah.
So, there are resources outside of the DOE, office and the website. Those are good resources. But, knowing how to navigate those and communicate them, you know, that's important.
As I said, you know, a fisherman that's been fishing for 40 years probably doesn't want to go online and look up well statistics, you know, it just probably doesn't get anything.
That's why I said, we'll send Ryan over to your local coffee shop.
I'm ready, yeah.
And he'll answer all the questions. And he's capable, he's good at it.
We do a lot of like outreach education. I know DOE has a speakers bureau too, and then like Tom said, and his folks.
Well, you know, I'm specifically along the Columbia River. I mean, it's down at the estuary, but still, and that's connected so directly to Hanford. It just, and it may be an imaginary connection, but it's real, you know, so.
Very real.
Lindsay, not to put you on the spot, when's the Phoenix presentation? Is that on the books yet, or is that still working?
I'll be honest, I haven't asked Naomi what day she can give it to us yet, so we'll follow
I
up
was
with
in there
Naomi.
the other day.
Is that something, I just want to confirm, because I heard multiple feedback, either at the full board or at the CaRM. Which one do you guys want it at?
That's, I mean.
So it wouldn't be in February, I can say that.
Well, it's interesting, because Phoenix has got all the groundwater stuff, but then they have all the tank stuff too.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe that's a joint.
And it's a communication tool, and it has infrastructure, so.
So maybe the May
A
board
lot of
meeting?
it is just a whole bunch of pages of the same statistic, you know.
That's what we were thinking.
Or a committee of the whole on Phoenix and the administrative record.
And then you can always drill down.
You know, back in the, late 1990s, we, worked and had, something like 75,000 from, Bechtel Corporation and a bunch of money from DOE. And they're at the Science Center in Portland, Oregon. At OMSI, right? The OMSI, the one on the river. They had an entire room with mock-up of tank walls, mock-up of monitoring, mock-up. I mean, it was a beautiful, and they had thousands and thousands of people went through that exhibit as long as it was standing up there.
And really good infographics on all the handling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know who we would encourage to do it again. I mean, it was like myself and another guy and a couple other people that really spearheaded a lot of the initial stuff back. And then, Doc Hastings was active at the time, and Doug Riggs was my co-partner in that effort. But it was, I thought it was very worthwhile at the time. I don't have the energy to do it again, but, you know.
And they also do a science and beer talk, and they call it OMSI After Dark.
That makes sense.
And so, I think in the past, Ken Niles and Jeff Burrow have both given presentations on Hanford there, and trying to make it approachable, and those are on YouTube as well. So another resource for the resource list, which, do we have a resource list? I know we talked about it at some point as part of orientation.
That is, so Co is talking about background materials and the resource list, and that's on the agenda tomorrow.
Awesome.
Well, Larry, I just wanted to tell a quick piece of history, and that is, you know, you talked about the high-level waste tank earthquake splits in half. In 1950, this experiment has been done. In 1950 at Mayak, they had their Hanford went hot in 1948, and they had radioactive waste tanks that were double shelled. The inner shell had the radioactive waste in it. The outer shell, the annulus place, was Tetra River water that was to cool the tank. So it flowed in one side of the tank, flowed out the other side of the tank. So the Tetra River is the size of the Yakima. It's not a big river, right? And so they had one of these tanks, and they were taking stuff out of it and putting it in another one. And after they got enough of it down, the tank had such buoyancy that it ripped off the pipes that went in and out. And so they were dumping high-level radioactive waste into the TRU River.
Yes.
And so this experiment has been done. This was an environmental disaster. It still is. We have, in this town, a guy named Bruce Napier, who's a principal scientist, or was up until Putin invaded Ukraine, for the Joint Research Committee on Radiation Effects Research, JCCRER, which DOE is a part of. But anyway, so this high-level radioactive waste went down the river. Well, they didn't tell anybody because this was Joseph Stalin running the place. So the people got their drinking water, they fed their animals out of the river, they had dose rate, and actually put a Geiger counter out there, you got dose rate coming off the river. So this population has been studied now since 1950. And there are clear, they're huge doses, right?
Oh, yeah.
But there are clear excesses of untoward pregnancy outcome, not real common. You gotta look hard and do the statistics right to detect it, but also leukemia. I think there's one of the strontium-90, there's a hint of osteosarcoma, bone cancer, right? So we know how bad it can get. And I would just like to say that, you know, Hanford has been 1,000,000 times better than that. 1,000,000 times better than that. So, and the other thing, just because we talk about environmental justice, there were a bunch of villages that they eventually evacuated a few years later after people got most of their dose. But they didn't evacuate the Muslim populations. And they were primarily the Tatars that Stalin ran out of Crimea, and a lot of them wound up there. But the Muslim villages did not get evacuated until just really 10 years ago. So anyway, we haven't done that. Maybe we haven't been that bad for our tribes, but the fact that they didn't evacuate the minority groups, villages. Anyway, so we do need to learn from history, and that was a real bad lesson.
That's a very common problem. You empty an in-ground swimming pool and you take the risk of it popping out of the ground because of the groundwater pressure below it. And like tanks, you empty tanks.
It just keeps growing, yeah.
And they can pop out of the ground. Just another little thing to worry about.
So one of the actual measurements that we do take on our tanks is dome flexing, or essentially any rise in the soil.
Yeah, yeah, important.
Yeah.
Anyone online?
We have people online, but no comments.
I know there's some people in the room and online who like talking, and they have lots of good ideas. And we're all better when we hear your good ideas.
Hey, well, that must be my cue to jump in. Joe here, I represent the public at large, and I just wanted to say that being on the IM team with the priorities list has been very helpful for me to get that list kind of as a new member to see, you know, what the exactly what the issues are and what's being done about them. That was very helpful. And I'd really recommend like putting something like that together for new members when they come on board. And as far as outreach goes, you know, I'm over here in Seattle, and I'd love to see something over here. My first exposure to Hanford, excuse the pun, but was through college, and I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity to like do some sort of outreach for you know, civil engineering or environmental engineering departments over here at the university, or University of Washington, or Seattle U, or yeah. So I think that, you know, and that kind of gets at trying to beef up the manpower situation out there too, the workforce. You know, try to recruit, reach out to some of the college programs. I don't know if there's any program like that going on. Anyways, I just found the IM stuff helpful, and yeah, thanks.
Excellent. Thanks for getting engaged in the IM team. Chris?
We have an active, I'm retired now. Hanford has an active intern program, and they recruit numerous interns from universities all over the Pacific Northwest. And the little group that I managed for a while, we had a number of people that went to college, University of Washington, Western Washington, Central Washington act as interns. And several of them, we tried to recruit, and what we got for answers is, don't laugh. We're young. We're not gonna live in a place where people go to die. We wanna live in a place where there's action. And West Side was their job, their preference for jobs. No matter, we couldn't offer them enough money. People 22, just graduated from college, to work here. They didn't want to go fishing on the weekends. They wanted to live in Seattle where there was nightlife. That's a true story.
So you're saying the Hab should open a nightclub to recruit,
At least meet them at the bar.
Bar with young people.
Which bar?
I mean, there's no nightlife over there in Richland? Come on.
karaoke nights on Tuesdays.
Nightlife to people my age is one thing. Nightlife to someone right out of college, age 22, is another.
There's also active outreach to Oregon schools through both OHCD and Oregon Department of Energy, as well as from DOE and contractors. And they're trying to recruit everyone they can.
But Hanford has a lot of interns every summer. I'd say maybe upwards of 100 some summers.
Oh, yeah, because all the contractors do it.
I did an internship there when my senior year of college, did 6 weeks out in Henry.
You still here?
I'm still here.
There was nightlife back then.
Yeah, it was not Henry. Is that during the Kennedy era?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Not that old. Thank you.
There was not a lot back there then, at that time, though.
No, Richmond had some weird stuff. They had a big circle drive-in theater up there on the hill, Kennewick, and there was taverns, other places, yeah.
Okay, so we've digressed into history, and not Hanford-related history. And so I guess we could maybe close up open forum and move on to committee business. Any objections? Okay. So committee business is, what are you doing?
Can I just do a shout out about the possible anniversary party?
Yes, this is important. Open forum, the floor recognizes the vice chair.
So we're trying to plan an anniversary party for February 6th, the evening after the first day of the board meeting. I have tentatively scheduled or like reserved to Garris. They have an upstairs area where it's nice to like socialize. You don't have to immediately sit down. You can kind of mingle with people, and they're willing to offer salads and flatbreads for food if anybody wants food, and then drinks, obviously. Don't need to pay a deposit, don't need to pay a minimum for food and beverage, which is really nice. It can fit 65 people-ish. And so we're just trying to figure out, would you go? Is this something people would show up for? And because for the past couple of events, we haven't had a ton of attendance. And so is it worth doing this, or are people just not interested?
And who from has passed should we invite?
Right.
Yeah.
What day did you say that was? February 6th?
Tuesday.
Evening of the 6th.
Evening of the 6th, so we have
Tuesday
a full board meeting, I think maybe up until 3 p.m., if I'm not mistaken, and then it would be sometime after that, maybe 5 o'clock, as like a happy hour. You can order food if you want, you're not required to.
Kind of happy 30th hour.
Yeah.
And I shared with the facilitation team that the department will have a banner celebrating the Hanford Advisory Board's 30th anniversary. So we can talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. We have a graphic designer working on it, but if there's specific recommendations for what you guys would like to see included on that banner, I can definitely pass those along to our graphic designer.
Awesome.
Yeah, key piece we're trying to find out is there interest? Will you come? If we make it happen, will you come? Because, yeah, it's just, we don't want to do something and nobody shows up, or, you know, it's just, we're here to celebrate.
If it ends up being a smaller group than Tagaris, We're also talking with the Hanford House and their little restaurant bar space there, might be able to host a smaller group, maybe like 30 folks is what we're talking with them about as a backup. If Tigueris is, if we don't have, enough people to make Tigueris worthwhile.
I think if you were to invite people and make it an anniversary thing, because there are a lot of past people that were pretty, strong in their participation, clearly, Susan and others, and I think you would have the numbers. You promote it that way and make sure it goes out to all past participants.
Do we have an email list of all that participants?
February 6th isn't all that far away. Really, and
That's
so
part of the
I think
challenge.
you really want to start publicizing it right now in some way, shape, or form.
And Steve, Richard's not here, so I'll do the Richard. Unfortunately, that's a Tuesday night, and I know Richard has on numerous occasions, he has expressed the concern that Tuesday night is when a lot of the city councils have their meetings. So it's kind of that's why we're trying to say, will you come? Can you say you will come to make it, so
What
we
about
have.
Monday night previously, previous?
The Monday before the full board?
Will the out-of-state people be?
Tigueris is open on Monday, is it? I don't think Tigueris is open on Monday.
You said we've got a half meeting on Tuesday or Monday?
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Tuesday and Wednesday, so
Tuesday,
people would
Wednesday.
come in on Monday,
I could do
here
it
from
Monday.
out of town.
The only thing is knowing if the restaurant is open on Mondays or not, because Monday's a hard time for restaurants. And a lot of
You
them
can
are
call
closed.
and ask.
No, I know.
I'm just saying, as an alternative to a Tuesday night,
Yeah.
because I also can't make a Tuesday night
Yeah, it is closed on
function, so.
So it's closed on Monday, we have to find another venue.
Ripple's going to be open. But it's not as illustrious as Tigueris.
Yeah.
But it has more ad history.
But there's two issues. One, is Monday night doable? If I went around the room, would each person be able to say, yes, they could attend on a Monday night?
Monday.
Monday,
Yes and yes.
okay. Because that's what we're, it's like, will you commit to the best of your ability, being able to come?
Okay, so it sounds like that's an option, and we might have better attendance if we do it Monday night, and we need to find a venue for Monday night.
So is this something that Judy and Josh could send out like a poll to the whole town, that way we have everybody?
A doodle poll that says Monday at 5 and Tuesday at 5. And I don't know if it's possible to send it to former HAB members as well, because I don't know if that email list exists with all the transitions and whatnot. But, yeah. Okay.
Well, we'd really like to get new members too.
New members and old, yeah, we wanted to really reflect as much of the 30 years of the HAB as we can. Okay.
Well, I also know in the past, we've had something just during the regular board meeting as well, a cake,
Yeah.
some kind of, speech, recognition, whatever, so that whoever can't go or doesn't want to go to after hours kind of thing.
And that's already on the schedule for the February board meeting, for for the last thing on Tuesday afternoon is a cake and kind of more about social recognition.
Speaking of schedules, that concludes the report.
Can I say-
So can I give you a lead?
Can I say one more thing? I don't know that.
Yes.
This last week, headlines in the Tri-City Herald in the paper were some really disgusting crimes committed by some people. They just so happened to work at Hanford. But the first word in the headlines was Hanford workers, et cetera. Can we what can we do about that? That is just so disgusting. You never see Lamb Weston workers, or, Delta dental workers, whatever it is, you just don't see them. And why they chose to include Hanford in that description is disgusting. I mean, it has every moral thing in my bone says, what they did was wrong, and yet,
Hanford, so I'm gonna wear that tattoo. So can Brian write a letter to the paper and say, you guys, or somebody talk to them and just, they're destroying our rep.
I hear you. I will make that recommendation to Mr. Vance and see where that goes. But I definitely hear you. I know that, from what I see, some news outlets like to sensationalize things. And so I feel like what you're referring to, I'm guessing, is probably the same thing that I'm thinking of.
Right.
Is, just another one of those ways to capture someone's attention. So.
I don't know, it just.
So don't get me on my soapbox about that, because
Yeah.
with around companies the union has, because, it's all good when they hire them. They hire these people, and then they get in trouble, and they say, well, you're people. I said, you hired them, now we have to defend them. And if you give us a little bit of say in the whole, scenario, we may not end up with people like that.
Okay, that was a successful and wide-ranging open forum. Thank you everybody for talking, and including the people online. I know it's hard, you're not in the room, but you're with us. We like you. Okay, so our next committee meeting is in March, and it is on the, I don't have a calendar, somebody else?
I do. Give me 1 second.
Okay, well, we've got two presentations that TRU is looking at bringing. One on 100 K&N record of decision and process, and then one on the K Basin, and an update on the status there. We're looking for more topics. If you have ideas, we can put in a request to Lindsay, and she will try her best to get us what we asked for. And we're also looking for framing questions on those three topics. Which one of them's a twofer, because it's 100 K and 100 N, so I'm counting that as two.
But it'll be one briefing.
Yeah, one briefing, yeah.
And then Andy Wyborg will be bringing the K Basin update. Or someone on his team, but. So,
be thinking about some framing questions for that. You can send them to me in facilitation and Larry. And we'll try to synthesize what we get and feed them back to Lindsay so the SMEs know what we're looking to talk about. What else is on here? Next meeting is elections. If you have any interest in serving as chair or vice chair, I highly recommend it. It's extremely fun and frustrating and all of the things. It takes about 10 to 20 extra hours a month for me. I'm not saying every chair and vice chair does it a little different, but that's how much extra it takes for me to feel comfortable with the meeting. I'm assuming if you get elected, you'll find your own stride. But just want to give you that context, it's not a free job. It takes some time, and it's extra time. And anyone can nominate anybody, but if you get nominated, facilitation will talk to you and make sure you're willing to serve. And that's that. Nominate away and run, because you get a lot more out of the board when you're engaged, when you're on IM teams, when you're in the leadership meetings and talking about the agenda for the next year. It really does, it's trial by fire, but you learn a lot. So what we're looking for the next 5 minutes or so, framing questions for 100 K&N, records of decision, proposed plans, cleanup updates. Is that, it's not going to be proposed plans yet, because that's way too early.
I don't have all of the specifics of his briefing. We're still a little bit early for that, but.
Probably RIFS, remedial investigation feasibility study stuff. So they'll be talking about what's there and how do you treat it. And then for the K Basin, the deactivation and dewatering, I'm assuming. So are there any special questions we have about, I'll start the garnet, the filters. What's the disposition pathway for the garnet filters from the K Basin recirculation system? But as always, we want to know what the milestones associated with the project are and whether they're on track. Anyone else?
It'd take me at least 10 hours to finish the system plan.
System plan's a beefy document.
Yes.
I skimmed it. There's some good stuff in it.
Oh, great stuff.
But that's open forum. We're not talking about that. That's your committee. Okay. Trying to sidetrack me. Okay. So elections, next meeting, we have river corridor stuff and cleanup and dirty dirt, which is what I love to talk about. Maybe, if we can check again on the uranium sequestration and when that's gonna be right. That'd be awesome. Anything else?
There are two documents that have recently been released, and they're about possible aquifer reservoirs in the lower Ringgold in the DH area. And they're a characterization of the lithology and reservoir characteristics. I wonder if those were because they've now found hexavalent chromium contamination much lower than had been suspected in the Horn area. I don't know if you have those on your rap sheet or not, and I just happened to see them because they were in the weekly update, so sometime in the last month, transmission of blah, blah, blah to so-and-so.
I finalized the rap sheet in mid-December, so it might not be.
Yeah, but I wonder if that's a possible emerging area of hexavalent chromium contamination.
And that's, I guess, another piece of committee business. The rap sheet is in the packet for the meeting. That's not intended to be what we're going to be talking about, but it's just a resource for all of you to have a Reader's Digest version of the administrative record. The administrative record has a lot of really good information in there, but there's also a lot of single page cover sheets to analytical reports as their own PDF. And you have to click through 3 times to download the PDF to open it to see what it is. So what I'd like to do is just sort of clean some of that out and give you links to what I think are the important documents that have been posted. It's not exhausted, and I try to keep it to our committee. So just in case there's any confusion there, it's not part of the official CaRM work plan or anything, but if, for instance, you read one of those documents and want to talk about it during open forum, that's on the table. There is a new draft remedial investigation and a new draft feasibility study for 100K that I think is in for EPA comment, but it's also posted on the administrative record. I think there's a link on the rap sheet. If you wanted to read those, they're fun, and you can prep for the March meeting by having the questions ready to go. All right. Silence online.
It is customary to check with the person first before you nominate them.
If you don't check with the person first, then facilitation will check with it after, and you don't have to say, tell them I said it. So you can anonymously nominate, don't say that 10 times fast. Anonymously nominate someone, but they will not serve, they'll not be in the election unless they want to.
But it would be nice.
It's always a courtesy, but you don't have to. All right. Let's adjourn early, and thank you, everybody, and we'll see you next month.
Or tomorrow.
Oh, yes, the meeting is adjourned.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Lindsay.
Tom.